lunch. As many of you will already know, Bishop John is not with us because of COVID isolation, and we send him our love and his prayers as he does for us here gathered this morning. He has remarkably been able to record an introduction, his address as usual, and so that will be shown shortly. So as I say, we send Bishop John our love and our prayers, and he in return sends them to you. May I invite you now first to stand as we remember before God those of our community who have died since we last gathered in Synod. So I name before God Dennis Wood, Isabel Ryrie, Bernard Hill, Jack Trimble, Jack Denham. Holy God, you know our hearts and share our sorrows. We are hurt by our parting from those we love. When we are angry at the loss we have sustained, when we long for words of comfort, yet find them hard to hear, turn our grief to truer living and our affliction to firmer hope. In Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. And I say first that I know that Simon Filsell has already received a number of apologies, 13 members of the clergy and 7 of the laity. If you have others to offer, if you would please speak to Simon at the lunch break and he will record them for you. Thank you. We have one notice before we begin. At the end of the presentation of the Mission and Ministry Committee, and before we break for lunch, Canon Richards has asked to speak to us for a few minutes to highlight an initiative for a community sponsorship model for settling refugees in the United Kingdom. And we'll offer 5 minutes at that time before we ourselves take 2 minutes in silent prayer for the people of Ukraine and pray for peace. I know that many of our churches are active in collecting funds, in delivering supplies to St Andrews here at Leith. They've taken a supply from our neighbours at Flora Stevenson and us at St Ninian's Cumley Bank during the week. And I know that others are doing the same. And we do pray for the peace of Ukraine in their lives and in the lives of the world. So we will observe a 2-minute silence after Canon Richard speaks to us about this initiative for settling refugees in the United Kingdom. In a moment, I'll be inviting our new Synod clerk, Sarah Shaw, to tour the floor with her roving mic and to welcome those new to Synod, or indeed for those for whom Synod will be a new experience in person. For of course we've met so often, have we not, recently online. So lay or ordained guests or members, Sarah will come, and if you would introduce yourselves, why you are here and who you represent. In advance of this Synod, the Cathedral Chapter warmly accepted the proposal that our former Synod clerk, Ruth Innes, be nominated as an honorary canon. And that nomination was approved by a standing committee, and Ruth was installed on the 27th of February in St Mary's. I do invite Synod to homologate Ruth's installation, and I bring you the sad news that she is now in the Marie Curie Hospice, and so perhaps we could just still ourselves as we think fondly of Ruth, of her ministry among us, and commend her in love to God. Thank you. Sarah, I invite you now to go amongst the floor with your roving mic, and I say, please do say who you are and why you think you are here. Oh, you haven't got a roving mic. Oh no, there's one there.
Are you on?
Yes.
Hands up. Who's new to Synod? There we are. There's Leslie Penny.
like to say your name and your role.
Name and role and why I'm here. My name's Leslie Penny. I am a new curate with Nikki at St Cuthbert St Collington, where you once were. And at the moment non-stipendiary, and I'm very pleased to be here.
Thanks, Leslie.
Hello, I'm Christine Little. I'm from St Andrews, Kelso, and I'm the lay rep.
Hello, James Bryce, alternate lay rep representing St Paul's and St George's.
Hello, I'm Roddy Simpson. I'm the alternate lay rep from St Peter's Latin Place. Nice to be here.
Hello, I'm Stephen Gillespie, newly rep from the Priory Church in South Queensferry.
Hello, I'm Helen Parker and I'm the new lay rep at St Mary's Cathedral.
Hello, I'm Robin Quinn. I'm the new lay rep for Christchurch Morningside. Happy to be here.
Hello, I'm Heather Barcroft, the new lay rep for St Adrian's Scullin.
Hello, I'm delighted to be here, not least because for the first time in my life I don't have to spell my surname. It's Ian Lothian from St James Leith. Rector at St James.
Thanks, Ian.
Hello, my name is Jamie Wright. I'm curate at Old St Paul's.
Hello, I'm Neville Long from Holy Cross, Davidson's Mains, and I'm here for my sins.
Hi, I'm John Vincent, and I'm the new priest in charge at St Martin's, Dalry.
Hello, I'm David Stevens. I'm the new lay rep for Old St Paul's.
Good morning, I'm Anne Donoghue. I represent St Mary's, Dalmahoy, and I'm the new rep for there. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bethany Nelson. I'm working at P's and G's Church, and I'm being put up the front a bit later to talk about carbon neutral.
Thanks, Bethany. Sorry, this is the best way to go round without time.
Hello, I'm Paul Burrows, a priest of the Diocese of California in the US, and permission to officiate, retired and helping out at Old St Paul's.
Hi, I'm Alison Wilson and I'm the alternate lay rep at St Mungo's, Balerno.
Is that everybody? A very warm welcome to you all, and I'm in my new role as Synod Clerk, and it's lovely to be with people again.
Thank you very much, Sarah. With the wonders of technology, we move on now then to see the Bishop's address.
However, tells us two things. First, that COVID-19 hasn't done with us yet. Indeed, we're told it's likely to be our uncomfortable companion for the foreseeable future. Second, that we've had to learn new ways to do things, communicating through video being only one of them. And we can be grateful for that. It's amazing what we can do when we need to. If I had been with you this morning, I would have reflected on the war in Ukraine and our response to it, theological and practical. Perhaps instead I might simply underline here that my Lent appeal for the welcoming, which you'll hear more about in a moment, seems even more pertinent now as we look to receive Ukrainian refugees, alongside those from Afghanistan already amongst us. I know many of us are eager to respond to the dire need we see daily on our screens, and are frustrated that the government has been so slow. We must continue to press the priority of all this, to write to MPs and MSPs, to protest, to make a noise, not just for the sake of families fleeing from horror, but also for a worryingly large number of orphans. Alongside this, I would suggest supporting generously an organisation that works directly with refugees is part of the welcoming we can do something about immediately. The war in Ukraine, of course, is not the only crisis we face. The world we now live in is unstable and fluid. Nothing new for the majority of the world's population, but for many of us in Scotland, perhaps it is new. The consequence of all this is that the new normal that people keep talking about is a long way off. We're going to face challenges over the next few years that may test our deepest Christian convictions and require us to stand up for what we believe in new and unexpected ways. As you will hear at different points in this synod, our various committees are beginning to address some of these uncertainties. One clear priority has been to provide support for our clergy, many of whom are exhausted. Thus, we are introducing a revamped ministerial review scheme, a renewed pattern of ongoing clergy training opportunities, and an extra day at our annual clergy conference. I'm so grateful to those clergy who provide holiday cover for colleagues, all the more vital at the moment. I'm grateful too to those charges who generously encourage their clergy to serve the wider diocese, whether on our committees or as interim pastors during vacancies, or more specifically as Synod Clerk, Bishop's Chaplain and Dean. Thank you, and all the more so this morning to those last three. We're also exploring ways to release some new funds for mission. For example, modest support for charges where there is a potential for growth, or looking at mission in a different way, enabling us collectively to move towards that carbon zero target, sharply focused now by the dramatic rise in energy prices. These are hard times, much harder for some than for others, let's be honest about that. But faith isn't just for sunny weather. When the storms blow and lightning strikes, that's when we must call upon all our capital reserves. And I don't mean money. I mean our reserves of hope, faithfulness and love, of which our church is full. To be a holy people, as we heard in our readings earlier. Learning to love our enemies every bit as much as we love our sisters and brothers. Given that all this isn't going to be over, we need to learn both to pace ourselves and to live with the world as it now is. To endure. To be a people, if I may misquote the prophet Micah, who do justice, act with kindness, and walk humbly with the God we know in Jesus Christ. Have a good synod.
Bishop John there, including the welcoming in his address to us. And we have Jill and Tessu from the welcoming here today, and they have PowerPoint slides and would like to speak to us. So I invite you, if you would, to come to this microphone. The welcoming, as you know, is Bishop John's Lent appeal here for 2022. And Jill will say something more about it. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Firstly, thank you all for having us today. My name is Jill, and we're thrilled to be here and to share our work with you. If you could just change the next slide, please. Okay, so we are The Welcoming. We support refugees, asylum seekers and migrants, also known as New Scots, to learn English, secure employment and access local services. We offer opportunities for friendship, health and well-being and sustainable living. We also connect locals and New Scots through social and cultural exchanges, and we have a thriving volunteer programme. Our vision is of a diverse and inclusive Scotland where everyone feels welcome and can achieve their potential. Next slide, please. Our world is filled with crises. Last year, we saw thousands of people fleeing Afghanistan as it was taken over by the Taliban. At The Welcoming, we are working with many Afghan refugees who arrived in Scotland last year, and we are offering English classes, friendship groups, and one-to-one befriending, all of which are essential for people to start building their new lives after being forced to leave their homes. There are many conflicts around the world today, including in Yemen and Ethiopia. Next slide, please. Last month, we witnessed the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, with refugees fleeing the country for safety. We are currently calling the UK government to offer safe and legal passage for refugees, but there are many threats. The current Nationality and Borders Bill going through Westminster threatens all of our rights. We have witnessed boats capsized in the Channel, bodies washed up on the shores, and this bill would make it illegal for any one of us to help. We would likely go to prison for being a good Samaritan. As it says in Matthew, I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. Next slide, please. It is all of our responsibility to make Scotland a welcoming place for everyone, and you can help us do that by supporting our work. So a little bit more about The Welcoming. We were established in 1999 to support the most marginalised and isolated asylum seekers in Edinburgh. We became a registered charity in 2011 and have since supported thousands of New Scots through our programmes. We offer free English classes from complete beginners to more advanced levels. We have run English classes for the Syrian community. We also run English courses about the workplace or getting involved in climate action. Next slide, please. We have a befriending programme which includes friendship groups where we have conversations, discuss ideas and do fun activities. We also run specific groups for women to make friends. Next slide, please. We have a one-to-one befriending programme which is particularly powerful. We set up a local Scot, as we call them Old Scots, with a New Scot. And they have conversations, practice English and get shown how to use local services. And this helps to really ground people in the local community. Next slide, please. We offer one-to-one employability and skills guidance. This is key for supporting New Scots to build their skills for entering the workplace. We run interview skills and CV writing workshops, and we have a huge amount of success with this programme and regularly hear about how people have been accepted into college or university, or finally getting their dream job, or just finally getting a job where they feel valued and can support their families. Next slide, please. Our other main programme is our sustainability work. We support New Scots to live more sustainably and to be active members in their communities. Our work has included Living Well lunch clubs, a home food growing programme, working at our allotment, home energy saving advice and recycling advice. And we also have a community fridge where anyone can take what they need, and this saves food from going to landfill and it supports local New Scots families. Last year we won the Ashton Award for Greener Communities at COP26 for this project. And we also have a health and wellbeing programme where we run cycling, running, swimming and walking groups for New Scots. Next slide, please. As I said before, our vision is of a diverse and inclusive Scotland where everyone feels welcome and can achieve their potential. And we have a 20-year legacy of supporting new arrivals in Scotland. The pandemic has challenged our work immensely in the past 2 years. The communities we work with live in areas of multiple deprivation, and we face pressures to support their well-being, including mental and financial. But our fundraising has been hit hard by the cancellation of fundraising events and the closure of workplaces and high streets. We had a reserve for a rainy day, but the past 2 years have been the rainiest of days for us, and we've used much of it to respond to the pandemic and support our communities. Today we are asking for your donations so that we can continue providing our support for New Scots. You can help make Scotland a more welcoming place for everyone and be the guiding light showing the world what it truly means to love our neighbours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jill and Tefsu. It is challenging but extremely valuable work. We're delighted that you're here with us this morning, and we are so glad that we're able to support you through Bishop John's Lent appeal, and so we commend it to our congregations. I'm not sure if you're going to be staying with us all morning, but if you happen to be around at lunchtime, I'm sure people would want to engage. So thank you again. I think we might be a bit sharp, so that's good. So let's move on to administration then, please. First of all, to approve the minutes of the Synod held on the 21st of October 2021, which, as you recall, was held on Zoom. And the minutes of that meeting are on page 4 of your Synod papers. For those who were present at that meeting, are they an accurate record of the meeting? Yes, Bob? Oh, they are. Oh, sorry. I see you're testing me already, are you there? Thank you very much. So, can I invite Synod then to approve the minutes of the October meeting? All in favour? Any against? Any abstentions? Thank you. I'll invite now Godfrey Robson, the Diocesan Secretary, to take us through the annual reports from our committees, and it says other bodies.
Thank you. So the first report is from the Standing Committee. Just for those of you who are not fully engaged with the Byzantine administrative procedures of the Church, the Standing Committee is, I suppose, the representative of the Synod on earth, which is able to take such decisions as are needed in between Synod meetings, but which also principally provides the strategic direction and guidance for the other main committees of the diocese. And I will say again, as I seem to remember saying the last time we met here, that it's a very brief, short report, and that is not because the committee hasn't been busy, but for exactly the opposite reason. The committee doesn't just receive reports from the Finance and Management and the Mission and Ministry Committee, but it actually engages pretty proactively in all the work of the diocese, and it has had a pretty busy year. Although it's all set out in the brief paper, it is worth drawing attention, I think, to the key issues. The ministry coordinator post has transformed itself in the course of the last year into the ministry development officer post, and so far as I'm aware, this has been very much welcomed and is proving an important post in drawing together and encouraging more support and collegiality among the diocesan clergy. On finances, we have been doing a lot, obviously, in relation to COVID. We have been particularly keen to keep an eye on what is going on, and there will be more of that later in the next report. You will be pleased to hear that a Climate Change Advisory Committee has now been established and will be reporting directly to the Standing Committee. Safeguarding continues to be a key issue which we really do need to take seriously, and we continue sometimes to worry that it's not being taken quite as seriously as we would like it to be, so we need to keep up the pressure on that. But all of these matters will be dealt with in more detail later in the agenda. And all I really want to do finally is to thank the members of the Standing Committee for their hard work and their commitment during the year.
Thank you very much, Godfrey. So Godfrey is proposing the motion that the Synod approves the report of the Standing Committee, and that motion is being seconded by Ian Lawson. And I invite you now to offer questions or comments for Godfrey. And if you would like to speak, do please come to this microphone and again say who you are and who you represent. Are there questions for Godfrey from the committee's report? Well, I think we jog on then. So, Godfrey, you're proposing the motion? Oh, a question here. Sorry, Robin, do you want to come up? Thank you. Oh, I see now. I couldn't see it, but yes, there is another microphone in the side aisle. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, just a quick question on safeguarding. So obviously I'm sure as people who attended the recent safeguarding sessions know, there's currently an anticipation that safeguarding law will probably change within the next few years. Has there kind of been any attention on how we might, kind of react to that ahead of time and sort of be proactive in getting around that, or? Yeah.
Simon Filsell will be giving a report later on that, so he might be able to deal with that in a bit more detail. But there has been, I would say, a bit of frustration, although COVID that has created lots of problems, about training from the province. That appears now to have been sorted out, and a training session took place recently, and I believe there are going to be more following on. But perhaps I could ask Simon to return to that subject later on. Thanks.
Other questions or comments for Godfrey? Thank you. So Godfrey, you are proposing the motion.
I am indeed. I'm asking Synod to approve this report of the Standing Committee.
Again, seconded by Ian Lawson, and if you would indicate your support by raising your Synod papers, please. So those in favour? Thank you. Any against? And abstentions? Thank you. Godfrey, I invite you still to stay there, please, for the report from the Diocesan Finance and Management Committee.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, it's me again. As I say in the report, it has been really quite an exceptionally busy year for this committee, and perhaps I could just briefly go over what the committee actually does. First of all, it's standard business, which it has to deal with every year. So in 2021, we had to formulate and approve and propose to the October Synod the accounts for 2020. These were audited and, as I say, approved at the October Synod. We carry out every year a review of the accounts of charges. This is quite a laborious exercise carried out for us by two of the committee members, Kenneth Ramage and Anne McAllister. And its purpose is not really to sort of police the charges accounts, which is obviously a matter for treasurers and for their auditors, but it's just to allow us to keep our finger on the pulse of what is going on, and we hope to be able to detect problems early. One of the general problems about being diocesan secretary, I find, is that by the time I get to hear sometimes about problems, they become much more difficult than if somebody were to come and talk to us about them in the first instance. So in relation to accounts, we actually do this annual exercise, and it is very valuable. And of course, a main job is to keep our eye on the diocesan finances. I don't think there's anything much more to say about that. Ian Lawson will be reporting more fully later. And of course, each year we have to prepare and propose to October Synod a budget for the next year, and then work out the implications of that for quota. So those are the standard things that the Finance and Management Committee has to do each year. In addition, in the course of the year past, and in response to the COVID crisis, we established the COVID relief scheme with some generous contributions from charges and also some money scraped together within the diocese in order to let us help charges that were in particular difficulty early on in 2021 and who didn't have reserves or other ways of balancing their books. And we distributed £16,000 in the course of the year. We decided in the autumn not to have a second round of grants, but that leaves us with £20,000 in the kitty for use, if necessary, in the current year. We also had to administer the province's renewal and recovery scheme, so the money wasn't coming out of the diocesan budget. But that all happened in a very narrow timescale during the summer, so getting in bids and assessing them, and at the end of the day, deciding on the distribution of those funds was a pretty intensive task for the committee, but was all completed and results notified in November. So those were particular functions in relation to the year. In addition to that, we are thinking about longer-term recovery. We have a risk review underway, and we also have a review underway of our diocesan capital, which is in various funds. I should mention the Buildings Committee. Alex Stewart can't be with us today, but you have the report of that committee, which is a subcommittee of finance and management, and which meets monthly and does a whole lot of rather thankless work on applications for Canon 35 applications, and that work has gone on as usual. So I would like to offer especially warm thanks to all the committee members here. It's not just that we had 4 or 5 formal meetings of the committee in the year, but members of the committee have also engaged pretty intensively in smaller numbers, in subgroups and things, dealing with a whole lot of stuff during the year, and I think managing financially at least to keep the show reasonably on the road. So I'm really very grateful to them for all that effort. Can I just, before I finish, mention 2 other matters briefly? The first is that we are still waiting for a significant number of charges accounts for the 2021 financial year, despite the fact that most charges financial year ended in September or October. Anyway,
well, a majority.
A significant time ago. I know it's just a bureaucratic task and people get fed up with the diocesan office yapping away about things like this, but we do have things to do and we need the information, and we have obligations also towards the province. So if you've got your accounts outstanding from last year, could you please do your best to get them to us very quickly. Now the other thing is that the province is asking us for reports by the end of March on expenditure on projects under the renewal and recovery scheme, and papers have gone out asking you for those. Slightly inconveniently, we thought we were ahead of the game in the diocese asking for returns, and it then emerged after we'd done that there was a requirement, a late requirement from the province to respond in a particular format, so I'm sorry about that. But it is important. The money is supposed to be all spent by the end of March. I know very well that that is unrealistic, not least because some of the work needs to wait for good weather and so on. So, but if you can at least let us know what you're up to and what progress you're making, please do get back in touch with us before the end of the month on that. And that's all. And so I would like to move that Synod approves this report of the Finance and Management Committee and its pendant committees, which in this case means simply the Buildings Committee.
Thank you very much, Godfrey, and that motion is also seconded by Ian Lawson. Before I invite comment, I have to say that we are delighted that Miriam Waby is with us from the General Synod. And Miriam, there's no criticism at all to the province. It reminds us in Godfrey's response there is that we're part of one church, in congregation, in diocese and in province, and we follow, as it were, one life. And so it's all related. From what arrives at the diocesan office ends up upstairs, as it were. But I invite comments now against the Finance and Management Committee and the Buildings Committee for Godfrey. If you have any, do please either make for the microphone in the aisle or come here. Thank you. And again, if you would say who you are and who you represent.
Helen Vincent from St Mark's Portobello. I think we're all really appreciative of all the extra work that the Finance Committee has done in the past couple of years in the circumstances we've been in. I wanted to ask about the paragraph. The committee has embarked on a review of diocesan investments. It is too early to predict what recommendations might emerge from this, but it is being undertaken in the context of recovery from COVID and perhaps freeing resources for longer term projects to sustain the diocese and its future development. I think this is a really welcome thing. Is there more you can tell us about it at this stage?
Are there other questions or comments? Godfrey, would you like to respond?
Well, I'm not, yeah. I mean, I don't, that last point, you were welcoming this, but I didn't catch. Was there a question at the end of it? Sorry, I beg your pardon. Right, okay. So, so the diocese has lots of capital invested in the province's, what's it called, UTP? No, instantly what UTP stands for. And so some of that is money that has restricted uses in relation to who and on what terms it was given to us. Some of it not. But in general, a lot of these investments, they produce income, which is used as part of the general fund of the diocese. Okay. And it has been the custom up until now to rely on that flow of income, and of course, but of course, investment, the capital value of investments have grown. I mean, they've not actually grown in the last 3 months, but in general, they have grown significantly. So the question that arises is, as we're thinking forward, could we either direct some of the income from those investments, or even call in some of the investments to provide funds for growth, development of the church, as it becomes clear, and caution here about whether it is, how clear it is yet, what the future holds for us. But so that requires a bit of a sort of calculation, because the immediate effect, of course, would be a loss of income. But it seemed to us that this was an exercise worth doing. I'm slightly hesitant to, I don't want to overstate it, because there's always a slight danger that expectations are raised too high, and we need to take this cautiously. But what we are hoping is that by later on this year, certainly before the October Synod, we might actually have a proposal that we can take down, X 100,000 of investments to devote to long-term projects. What we don't want to do is just use this money to keep down quota, because then the money goes and there's nothing much to show for it, and catching up again on quota in future years would not be very strict, would not be easy to do. But that's the thinking. That's where we've got to. And I suppose, I should say, if there are any particular ideas that you think would be worth developing on the basis that funding would be available, then by all means, let us know about them. Good.
Thank you. So Godfrey is proposing the motion that the Synod approves the report of the Finance and Management Committee and its pendant committees, and that motion is seconded by Ian Lawson. I invite you again to show your approval by raising your order papers. Thank you. Any against? And abstentions? Thank you. Thank you very much, Godfrey, for the work that you're standing there to represent, I know, for Standing Committee. The Bishop convenes Standing Committee, and your convenership of Finance and Management. You have many plates, and they're all spinning, it seems to me, at the moment at the same time. And we'll acknowledge that in a minute when we have another announcement to make about you, but I'll let you sit down for a second. Thank you to Godfrey for that. And can I invite Provost John Conway to present the cathedral accounts? Thank you.
Dean, Diocesan Secretary, members of Synod, John Conway, Provost of your cathedral. I'm pleased once again to present your cathedral's accounts for our last full financial year. Our financial year runs to the end of June, so this is somewhat out of date, but it's what we have. Copies of the summarised accounts, or if you really wish it, all 44 pages of the full accounts are available from the Cathedral Office email if you'd like to study it in more detail. That financial year to the end of June covered the heart of the pandemic, including the second period of lockdown and other times of restricted activity. It was therefore, as it was for all of us, a challenging time. It also makes it difficult to compare this year to previous years, given the very particular context we were all operating within. But I am pleased to report that the overall picture is that the cathedral's recovery from its recurring deficit in its ongoing costs did continue during this year, and whilst we are by no means out of the woods, there are distinct signs of hope within your cathedral's finances. Total income for the financial year was a tiny shade above £750,000, of which £569,000 can be classed as recurring income, i.e. money from sources that we might expect to receive some money from every year. £181,000 was from more one-off, non-recurring sources. Giving by standing order increased by just over 6% in the year, which is testament to the generosity of our regular congregation given the limited accessibility to the cathedral during much of that year. Giving by standing order now stands at over £112,000 before gift aid is sought. Clearly there was a significant drop in visitor and cash donations during the year. Like many congregations, we haven't restored a cash offertory, but we managed to increase other giving through targeted campaigns, particularly to support the recovery of our choir by campaigns around supporting our choristers and choral scholars. We also installed a contactless donation point in the cathedral, which has enabled us to receive a certain amount of donation from visitors. We managed to increase the income from the use of the cathedral and its properties, despite the fact that, like many churches, our halls had to be shut for much of the year. The cathedral was used as a film location. Look out for that in upcoming months, I think. Our number of weddings increased, and we've managed to build back, since halls were reopened, a good rental income from those. All of that represents a huge amount of hard work from cathedral staff, to whom I'd like to pay tribute, and it gives us hope for what might be possible as we move forward. The cathedral received significant non-recurring income from the year, particularly from grants. So I'd like to give our thanks to Edinburgh World Heritage Trust, Historic Environment Scotland, who both funded ongoing repairs and improvements. It's not within this last financial year, but if any of you wander past the cathedral at the moment, there are some significant works happening around the cathedral on our south lawn, which in this instance are paid for by the City Council as part of their new cycleway. We also received a very significant grant from the Friends of Cathedral Music to enable our choir to be paid during that time when they were necessarily out of action. The financial year saw the completion of the £500,000 overhaul of our organ, as well as the final element of the stonework repair, which has a project that has been ongoing for 30 years. And so the cathedral is now free of scaffold for the first time in those 30 years, which is a wonderful thing. Our total expenditure for the financial year was £769,000 and £395. So an overall deficit of just under £19,000. But when this is analysed in those same categories of recurring and non-recurring, it reveals an underlying deficit between recurring income and expenditure, i.e. that money that we might expect to receive and spend every year, a deficit in that of £76,000. That's the figure which we've concentrated most on as we try and reduce that to a more manageable basis, because clearly that kind of size of deficit is eating into our unrestricted capital reserves, which are still there but wouldn't be able to sustain that kind of deficit for much longer. That ongoing deficit did reduce during that difficult year to £76,500 from £93,500 the previous year. So the reduction is certainly welcome, but does indicate the work still to be done. The finances of most churches, I am well aware, remain, I'm sure, a huge challenge and a source of concern to many of us. I remain confident, however, that with continued creativity and a willingness to engage with the communities around us, we can find ways through. So I offer you these cathedral accounts as a testament to that effort in your cathedral, and we look forward to further opportunities to welcome you all back soon.
Thank you very much, Provost. Can I thank you for your presentation there, John, and also for the work that you're offering in ministry with the ministry team and indeed for the staff team at the cathedral. It's really exciting to see the work that's going on in the South Lawn, and wonderful to have that gift of city help to deal with that. So we'll all be there walking the new labyrinth in wildflowers in the summer. Thank you. Godfrey's passed me a note, but I can't read it before I invite you back to the... No, it's, yes. Simon, can I invite you, please, to come forward? Simon is our Diocesan Protection Officer for Safeguarding, and you will find his report on page 16 of your Synod papers.
Thank you. I won't take your time up for too long. You have the report in the papers. I'd first of all like to start with some thanks to all of your PVG coordinators who do all this work to ensure the compliance with policy and practice, all voluntarily, and that is all done mostly unseen as well by a lot of people. So please do take my thanks back to your PVG coordinators. Thanks also to them for returning the annual checklists, which is something that I, as the diocesan bureaucrat, have to ask for every year. We now only have one checklist missing, which is that's the fewest number of checklists that we've had since I've been here. So again, thanks to them for doing all that. The one that is missing, there are special circumstances. So that's really good news that those are in. And thanks also to Joanna Morris, who's our new admin assistant for Mission and Ministry, who's been through all those and is starting to do some sort of statistics, but also to look at some easy hits for people where, for example, you just don't have a childline poster. So she's sent those out to those people. So thanks to her for doing that. It's noted that several congregations don't have safeguarding regularly on vestry agendas and on AGM agendas as well. So could I urge you to do that? We have safeguarding regularly on our Standing Committee and our Finance and Management Committee agendas, just so that it remains an issue in mind. Most of the time, there's nothing to report, but it's on the agenda and it makes us think about it, which is really good. I've also picked up that there's a degree of uncertainty around the subject of defining regulated work and appointing a regulated employer in each charge. So I'm going to do some work on helping you with all that. As was mentioned earlier, we're very heartened to see the provincial training back in place. Donald Urquhart and Daphne Audsley do all this safeguarding part-time. They have other work as well. So trying to do this across the entire province is a huge challenge. And I know that there are discussions at provincial level to try and expand the sort of resources available in that safeguarding area. So that's, again, some really good news. So the training, just in case you've missed it, is being run online at the moment. There's a series of there's been a series of training in January, and there is more to be publicised. So I'll keep putting things in the communicant and circulating to your coordinators about that. To finish with, I just want to say two things. First of all, remember that your PVG coordinator is just that, a coordinator. They're not responsible for safeguarding. That's a vestry responsibility, and that's why it's very good to have it on your vestry agendas just as a standing item. But also say that we are here to help you. I'd rather be pestered by PVG coordinators or clergy with safeguarding questions than for you to feel isolated and thinking, oh, what do I do about this? So please do get in touch, and I'll try and get back to you as soon as I possibly can. So final thank you for all that you do for keeping our vulnerable people safe, and I submit my report to you. But happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Simon. So are there questions on the floor for Simon about safeguarding or aspects of his report? Thank you. Can I thank you, Simon, on behalf of Synod for the work you do for us as our protection officer. And it is good that so many had signed up for the training that was offered by the province, and I know others were not able to get there because there was a ceiling, but I do understand it's coming shortly again. So that will be good for us to take forward.
Yes.
So thank you for your report, Simon, and do not be a stranger to Simon if you have a question to ask, or indeed to Daphne Audsley in the provincial office. Thank you. So I invite Godfrey back to the microphone as he takes us through elections of members of General Synod, members of provincial committees, and the election of diocesan officials and members of committees, I think.
Thank you, Dean. This is, I'm afraid, is not going to take long because there has been a very, well, I was going to say a very limited response in the form of nominations for vacancies. In fact, there have been none. For General Synod, I should say that Canon Dean Fostekew, whose first four-year appointment is up, is willing to be renominated, and therefore he will continue for another 4 years. Area council nominations to General Synod. I think we have one extra vacancy. I think there are two posts there, Simon, where we were having trouble getting clarity. But I think
one clergy in the
okay. There's nothing more to be done about that at the moment, but I'll return to the general subject at the end. Finance and Management Committee. Canon Bob King, again, has completed a 4-year period and has, to my intense relief, declared his willingness to continue, and in the absence of any other proposals, I'm delighted to have him stay on that committee. And that's it. I think Sophia later on will be referring to the complete absence of lay members of the Ministry and Mission Committee. But if you just care to look when you get home tonight at these vacancies again, we do need to continue to try to fill them, and the standing committee is there in the absence of Synod itself to consider any proposals that come up. But please do look into that and be prepared to volunteer or to go out and search for new candidates. And the final thing is diocesan appointments.
Yes. Is that just you?
That's just me.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You can either stand there or you can come and sit down if you like. So, with this synod, Godfrey will have completed his 5-year appointment as Diocesan Secretary, and Bishop John has asked Godfrey, subject to synod approval, if he will stay on, and Godfrey is willing to do so, although almost certainly not for a further 5 years. Godfrey, continuing in his post as Diocesan Secretary, has the approval of Standing Committee, and I now, on Bishop John's behalf, ask your agreement to this appointment. And so are you in agreement, and a show of papers again will be absolutely fine, that Godfrey should continue for the time being? Please show. Thank you. All in favour? Any against? Abstentions? Thank you, Godfrey. We are deeply conscious that we will be looking for a successor as Diocesan Secretary, and more or less that search, I think we could say, begins now, or we have considered it before on Standing Committee. I'd like to thank Godfrey for all the work that he does for the diocese, all he brings to us in terms of his energy and his commitment across the piece, from Standing Committee right through all of the other committees. And the work that is done is certainly not half a day a week, as I think you were promised by David Palmer. So can we show our appreciation for Godfrey, please? Thank you. Thank you. We move on in our agenda now to items of the General Synod. And could I invite Rosie Addis, please, for her representation on the Provincial Liturgy Committee to talk to us about alterations to the Scottish Liturgy 1982. And you should have had a paper with your Synod papers. Thank you, Rosie. Oh, you've got a thing.
I have a thing because I'm waiting on knee replacements. So standing still is my kryptonite. So that's just in case I need it, because I was sitting there going, there's no seat, and just in case I need it. Yes, for many of you, it might come as a surprise that we're approving this draft, because I know a lot of people have been using it anyway, especially if you make up your own service sheets. And it was only when somebody came to buy some of the booklets and said to me, but it's the old language, why are they still printed with the old language, that it became clear that actually it's still going through the process. So it's gone through General Synod, it's coming to Diocesan Synod, and then it will go through General Synod again this year. And then we will print some new booklets. When I was going through training, I was told very firmly that our theology is encapsulated in our liturgy. And that's why this stuff is important. It's not boring, it's really interesting. And it's crucial that we have a clear theological understanding as far as we're able, and that what we trust is true, and what we communicate about that is encapsulated in our theology. So anyway, somebody said to me, oh, is it just woke? No. We are taking out the masculine references to God when we're not speaking directly about God the Father or the Son. And then so you get God is love and we are God's children, not God is love and we are his children. But as I said, I think a lot of us have been using that anyway. There are two main points that I would point out. The first is in the Creed, where Jesus becomes human instead of being man. I know that when I do the 1929 service at 8 a.m. on a Sunday, I say all the man language, and then that makes sense because Jesus became man, as in he encapsulated all of humanity, because that's what man used to refer to. However, when I did it in 1982, and I use the non-gendered language, and then we come to, and Jesus became man, I suddenly think, hang on a minute, I'm a woman. Did Jesus, come for me as well? So that's one of the changes. And the second is in the epiclesis. It used to be overshadowed by his life-giving power. Now, many people say, Rosie, how come you're on the liturgy committee? In a kind of surprise. Well, not only do I find it interesting, but also I do ask those really stupid questions. And the stupid question was, who does his refer to? Surely that's God the Father. No. That's the Spirit. Oh, so we could have overshadowed by her life-giving power. No. And there's quite a long explanation about why that can't be. So it became overshadowed by your Spirit's life-giving power. For clarity, because otherwise people like me might have thought it was God the Father, and it's not. So yes, those are the changes which have already gone through General Synod. I offer them to you as Synod, and then they'll go through General Synod again.
Thank you very much, Rosie. Are there questions for Rosie? Thank you. Dave, do you want to come up to either microphone first? You could form a little queue.
I'm well known for my liturgical...
Sorry, Dave, can I ask you to say who you are and who you
Dave
represent?
Richards, Rector P's and G's here. Synod, I'm well known for my liturgical detail. I'm fastidious about it. And therefore you'll be not unsurprised that I found what I found a troubling phrase in the second Eucharistic prayer, A, incarnation, bracket, suitable for Christmas. And I don't want to rerun the Council of Chalcedon, which took 100 years, even longer than one of our synods, but I don't really feel comfortable with the phrase, he emptied himself, taking our human form. That's heretical. I just offer that.
Diocesan. Yeah, you can go the other way. He became fully human. Did he become truly human? Because then is he fully human and not fully God? I will take that back to the liturgy committee because we are meeting again before the General Synod.
Please do be seated, Rosie. Reverend Peter Harris, Rector of East Midlothian, St Mary's, Dalkeith, St Leonard's, Lasswade. Many of you know me as quite light-hearted and often jovial, and so therefore I flag up a gear change because I think this is a serious matter that needs to be discussed more seriously. I welcome the changes and the work of the committee and the move to a more inclusive language. As you said, it's often said that our liturgy reflects our theology. We talk about being an inclusive church, and we welcomed the change in our marriage canons to allow us to be more inclusive. I welcome the fact that Bishop John said that as a rector we were able to keep the gold standard of the 1982 liturgy but tweak it for local effect, but as long as it didn't become a mainstay. So therefore I need to ask the liturgy committee to consider a change or additions to the liturgy that is being put before us today. We lack a number of affirmations of faith. We also lack an say the word, see, I'm not that good at these fancy words. Epiclesis. The epiclesis is that section where we call upon God, the Holy Spirit, to come upon us and to come upon this bread and this wine, which brings us into a huge theological minefield, which I'm not going to go into today. But can I say, as an inclusive church, there are those of us with a differing theology who do not believe that we take physical body and blood of Christ, but that these are done in a remembrance of him, and to have an epiclesis that might reflect that approach. Thank you.
Do you want me to reply, or shall I? Marion.
Okay, Marion Chatterley, Vice Provost at St Mary's Cathedral. As we're moving towards a more inclusive language, I'm wondering whether we could change some of the fathers. I think there are opportunities where rather than God the Father, we could talk about God the Creator. And it seems to me that this is an opportunity to take another step towards more inclusive language. I think Father can be particularly difficult for a lot of people.
Interesting, because the whole adoptive language as well. You know, I still know somebody who didn't get the farm because she was a daughter. And if she was a son, she would have been an heir. Anyway, yes, we have loads of stuff to talk about. There is going to be a revision of the 1982, which, I know, Diana, yes, it's going to be joy, but I think there's loads of stuff that we need to talk about in the revision of that. That's going to be a big piece of work. And I would ask that stuff like that, could you write and let us know at the Liturgy Committee, because when we start on that piece of work, when I step down from it so that other people can do it, these are the things that we should be talking about, absolutely. But for now, this is the 1982. These are the small tweaks, and then the next big bit of work is the 2025 or whatever it will become.
Philip Blackledge, Holy Trinity, Melrose. Thank you for that. I'm very at ease with the changes in terms of inclusive language that you've made. I really just wanted, and you sort of answered my question, damn you, in terms of what the status of this is and how long it will last. Because many of us have been in lockdown, and I haven't really had a chance to use all of these Eucharistic prayers, which I really welcome. But when I was sort of reading them out, and which is different from on the page, there are, to use a very technical theological term, there were some clunky bits that I could really do with having a revision. And how do we tell you of any suggested changes, and how long will this last in terms of its status?
James Currell always hops up and down at the Liturgy Committee, because there is always, there's a form on the website that says, please use these liturgies, tell us how they are, because often performatively they're very different from when you read them on the page. And that's why they go out for experimental use for a few years as well, because you need time to think, does this roll off the tongue? Do I always stumble on this? What's the theology behind it? Please do reply and make comment, because so often we put that out, and at the end of the time we're sitting there with only a few responses. So the mechanism is there, please use it. And yes, we are going to be doing a bigger revision, so this is just a holding thing at the moment.
David Peyton Williams, St Columba's Ryder Castle. Many years ago, before I ever dreamt of living north of the border, I went on retreat to the Cathedral of the Isles. It was my first encounter with the 1982 liturgy. I was so struck by it that sad man that I am, I wrote out all the Eucharistic prayers in a little booklet. I was so impressed by them. They were, to the point, they were poetic in a way that I found the Church of England liturgies were not. I'm not sure if I went to the Cathedral of the Isles today and had that experience again, that I would necessarily want to write out prayers, Eucharistic prayers 2A and 2B. I find there's an increasing tendency for the new Eucharistic prayers to be very lengthy, getting longer and longer, and less poetic, and a recourse to they read like another version of the Creed at times. Certainly the Christmas one does. And that ability of the original writers, and I don't wish to be, I know this is critical, I'm sorry, I don't want to criticise individuals at all, but that ability of the original writers to bring forward a really wonderful little phrase that encapsulated something that was both biblically sound, but yet didn't necessarily just repeat the words of Scripture. I think that's something we've drifting away from, and I see it again in the Creation Tide Eucharistic prayer, where pretty much, it's the same sort of thing. So I regret that, and I would have much preferred something that was almost like in the flavour of the original. That may not be going to be revised further now, but it's certainly something to bear in mind when you come to a full-scale revision.
I think now there are people better than me who will correct me, but I think the original 1982, there were poets in there as well. There was a group of people, theologians, poets, who came together, and that's why Dean's nodding yes. So, that it does give it that poetic feeling that a group of Tweedy academics might have the history and the theology, but not necessarily the performative aspect of it and the rhythm and cadence of the words. So, yes, but definitely something to be put for the next revision of it.
Victoria Elliott, lay rep here. I'm not quite sure either General Synod or Standing Committee. Just some general thoughts. I think when we talk about gender, particularly in this context where the year we're at, the Western culture we're in, Scotland, I think it's got the potential to be hugely loaded and is actually a very complex thing. As a woman, I am a woman because I look like a woman, I sound like a woman. Do I feel like a woman? Not really, I'm just a person. There's also compounded with that inherent that still exists whilst people are politer and are making inroads for equal pay and conditions. There still exists below the surface a lot of misogyny, unintended, but it does nonetheless still exist. Taking into consideration the fact that our trans friends and colleagues and their understanding of gender, I suppose it's not a direct comment on the liturgy per se, but I do think as a church as a whole, we need to be very prayerful about how we understand our context in relation to thinking about the liturgy. As you say, liturgy expresses our views, but also we need to listen to those and the voices of God in the people around us that we know and love. And I know there was a Women and Liturgy conference, but it would be good to see that work continued both within the diocese and across the province. Thank you.
And yes, no, I completely agree. And also, it's beholden on you to not say, to leave it to some committee that everybody goes, oh, I'm not good enough to be in the liturgy committee. You do liturgy. Come on, it's the work of the people. What do you think about it? It should be bubbling up. How would you describe God? How, what are the things? I got an email from somebody who said, who was 22 and said, I want to come to your Wednesday sermon, because he didn't really know that it was called a service. So he had a word called sermon. He doesn't know what a sermon is. These are the people that we interact with every day. And this is what we should be feeding up, because at the end of the day, the committee can only be certain people. You have a maximum number of people, but actually it should be bubbling up so that they have something to work with as well. That'd be really good.
Diana Hall, Rector of St Anne's Dunbar. Two short points, both really more comment than question, Rosie. The first is related to what Victoria has said, and kind of, I suspect that maybe some of what Victoria was nudging towards, which is, I wonder what the Liturgy Committee is doing, has done, or will be doing, thinking about issues around people who are non-binary, and how we talk about God in relation to, you know, the emergence of that whole thing in our society. It's interesting, isn't it, that we're busy having a conversation about coming away from patriarchal language, and you know, society's moved on from there. You know, isn't it always the way with the church that we're a couple of steps behind where the broader community is? So that's one thing. The other thing really was just a very brief thing to talk about children and young people. I've been having conversations with colleagues in different dioceses in recent months about attempts to work more inclusively with all ages in the church family, to bring the church family together in a way that is Eucharistic, but which is all age appropriate. And I know there's lots of struggles in congregations with people finding that our Eucharistic prayers, beautiful though they are, simply are too long for all age services, particularly with younger people. And so a plea, when this revision comes, can we please have some really short Eucharistic alternatives that really encapsulate what we're getting at for children, so that they can begin to kind of learn the important things. And I'm not talking about dumbing it down, just talking about trying to be smarter about how we help young people to begin to learn some of that stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, Neris, what is her surname? I'm thinking Neris Hughes, but was she not an actress?
Brown, isn't it?
Brown. Neris and I have been talking about it.
So she's got a Facebook page that invites people to comment and give ideas on parts of the Episcopalian liturgy. I would encourage you to go to that and feed in, because yes, definitely, Eucharistic Prayer 5 is okay, but yes, we can always do better. And the other thing, yes, and then on the other end of the spectrum, you get people who say, yes, let's talk about gendered language, but we have to do it in an academic way and have papers. That's great, but actually let's cascade that down as well, or along, so that it doesn't just become within academia. It has to be everybody.
Yep, hi, Robin Gwynn, Christchurch Morningside. Just want to say, obviously, there's been a lot of thought that's gone into the revisions that have been proposed so far, and obviously a lot of, you know, interesting things said already. I just wanted to say, on a personal level, and it's been kind of touched on already, is I am a non-binary person, and so just, you know, there are still a few places in the proposed liturgy where it's talking about we as sons and daughters of God, and obviously, you know, in some places it's very tricky in terms of how we're referring to God, but I don't think that it really takes a big step to say children of God instead, and it really can make a big difference to some people, including me. So thank you.
Rosie, can I thank you for bringing those small alterations? We know there's a bigger piece of work coming from the Provincial Liturgy Committee. And can I encourage you, as Rosie has... Oh, sorry. Oh, Bob has got...
Oh, sorry about that. I tend not to be noticed. I just disappear under these things.
You're blending into the background there.
Exactly, blending into the background.
Sorry,
so,
Bob.
Bob King, Rector of St Andrew's, Kelso. I just want to thank the committee for this tweak, and hope it happens quickly, but also endorse when we do the new liturgies about the more inclusivity and the thinking of language and including of all people, and also being a non-academic and actually struggling to survive and surviving sometimes in the church. If we could have a liturgy for the bit of rough as well, you know, just ordinary words that actually speak to people in the street. I mean, God forbid, but that would be really, really good, so that it's just language we can all understand, but also in a poetic way, because that would be lovely. And finally, being the salesman I ever am, as was hinted to by Rosie, I have 200 liturgy books in the old language, which I purchased a few weeks ago, and this started this whole discussion. If anyone wants them, they're available at a very competitive price. please form a queue, and I won't doff you down for having the old language. But if you want them, St Andrews have got them, and I'm not going to be using them. Which is a real shame, actually, because I thought that it was the new language, and these have been bought in memory of somebody. And I was completely shocked. We were completely shocked, weren't we, Grace, when we discovered that it was the old exclusive language. But if anybody does want them, they are available. Okay, postage and packing, all that. But thank you.
Thank you very much, Bob. Again, Rosie, I thank you for bringing the work of the Provincial Liturgy Committee to the Synod. As you say, it will be before General Synod, and to encourage you to be in touch with the Liturgy Committee as you start to reflect, perhaps again, or for the first time, on the changes, so that the committee can take those into account as they move forward. It isn't a direction of travel from the province down, it's very much a conversation. So I encourage you in that conversation. Thank you very much, Rosie, and indeed we applaud the work of the Liturgy Committee. Bethany Nelson is here to talk to us now about the Carbon Neutral Group and General Synod's commitment to be carbon neutral by 2030. Bethany, welcome. We look forward to hearing what you have to say to us.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me to lead this session. It feels a bit like a baptism of fire at my first Diocesan Synod to be put up the front, but also a real privilege, so thank you. I'm aware many of you won't know who I am, so I'm just going to start by giving a little introduction to myself. I'm Bethany Nelson. I've got a background in ecology, so what brought me to Edinburgh was to do a PhD. I spent a couple of summers living out on the Isle of May, and then back at the Centre for Ecology and Hydrology out in Pennycook, where I was doing my research. I was looking at how environmental change is impacting seabird populations in Scotland. So that's my kind of background. I've also spent time volunteering with A Rocha. Some of you might know A Rocha is a really important Christian conservation charity. I've been out in the south of France and Portugal, and that's been really key to me using my interest as a scientist and marrying that up with my faith. After my PhD, I became a full-time mum and did that for about 8 years. And then more recently, I've come onto the staff team here at P&G, so I'm at home today, which is nice. And I'm officially a voluntary ministry assistant, but basically what I'm doing is trying to help P&G's church further our Caring for Creation ministry. I'm also aware that here at P&G's we've got a big staff team and we've got more resources than other churches do, so I was also keen to see if I could help out in any way in the diocese more generally. So if we just move on to the next slide, Jamie. Many of you will be aware that a while ago General Synod passed a motion committing the SEC to reach carbon neutral by 2030. Now this is a pretty daunting thought and quite an overwhelming journey that we're still fairly near the beginning of. One of the things I've helped to do is to form a diocesan carbon neutral group. So we've only met twice, it's still fairly early days, and I'm aware many people can feel frustrated that these things do take time, but what's brilliant is we've formed a group. We've got some fantastic people in that group with loads of expertise, and we've met twice, so we've begun that journey. One of the things that we were keen to do as a group is communicate. So if we all tried to walk this journey on our own, it would be a lot harder, but when we talk to each other, we share ideas, we ask questions, we share resources, we can really help each other. So you hopefully will have seen in the communicant or in an email me asking for an eco-rep for each of the charges across the diocese. I'm pleased to say that since I made these slides, we've actually got 16 eco-reps. So honestly, I'm getting emails in each week, which is fantastic, and it's really encouraging that we've had 16 charges appointing an eco-rep. Although when I asked Godfrey Robson the other week, so how many charges are there in the diocese? And he said 52. I felt slightly less encouraged about how many eco-reps we had so far. But it's still a really good start. And I would also like to encourage you that if you represent a really small church today, don't feel pressured to find somebody in your congregation. Maybe phone a friend who also represents another small church nearby and join together. You might want to appoint an eco-rep for maybe 3 smaller churches. We're all in different situations and we've got different amounts of resources. But what's important is that myself and our carbon neutral group can communicate with all of you. We don't want to leave people behind as we start this journey. We want to bring everybody with us and share the resources and the knowledge that we've got. Many of you will be aware that SEC have been bringing out a toolkit, and I'm sure you're keen to get an update on where things are at with that. As with everything, things take time, and sometimes things can, move slower than we'd like. But on the next slide, we'll see some logos that you can look out for. I had a great chat with Robert Woodford, who's in the Provincial Environment Group. He's been working really hard to get this toolkit and the analyzer tool ready. So as of a couple of days ago, he said that the toolkit is finished. It's with the SEC comms team. It should be going online this weekend. It might be online now, for all I know, but it really should be soon, online and available. In time, we'll make sure that's linked in with the diocesan website. I'll make sure that I'm emailing out a link to all the eco-reps. And then on the other side, you can see the logo for the energy footprint analyzer. Sorry, I should have said, in terms of the toolkit, in case people aren't aware what that is, it's what it says on the tin. It's a list, like a checklist, really, of things for churches to be thinking about. So it's quite holistic. It's quite a wide range of different things to think about. And at the moment, it's just set out like a list, and then at the bottom, there's space for you to create your own actions. And it's just to be helpful for the churches. At the moment, the SEC aren't asking for any of that to be fed back to them. That might come in at a later stage. But at the moment, the only data that the SEC are looking to have back, it comes from the energy footprint analyzer. So at the moment, the emissions calculations are with a Scottish Government agency, just having their final checks. But again, they're hoping that it's going to be ready and available for people to start using as of next week. So things really are moving forward, and although sometimes it can feel slow, we're getting there. With the energy footprint analyzer, at the moment, the information that the SEC are wanting back is fairly limited, and that's deliberate. They're really keen that it's not too overwhelming at the beginning. So it might be in time, again, they're asking for more detailed information to be fed back. If we look at the next slide, we're just going to think a little bit about where we're going. So that's kind of where things are at the moment. Where we're going next is that the Diocesan Carbon Neutral group is here. We've formed ourselves, and our role, if you like, is to support charges with implementing these toolkits and this energy footprint analyzer. So we want to really be there to support all of you as you work through that. We're going to be developing a webpage on the diocesan website, and we're really keen that people use that, that people can go there and find resources and share ideas so that we can work together. Something else just to mention is the big Walk to Net Zero event, which is coming up on the 28th of May. And it will be really fantastic if charges across the whole of the diocese can be represented on that day. We've got Ruth Valerio from Tear Fund coming to speak. She's going to be just reminding us a bit about the theology. Why are we doing this as Christians? Why is it important to our faith? We've got Robert Woodford, who's going to be speaking on more of the practical side of what churches can actually be doing. So please do come. Please come and listen, but also we're going to have lots of time for discussion groups, informal groups where people can ask questions and have conversations, and we're going to have other people there, other kind of experts, if you like, represented who can help answer some of our questions and lead some of those discussion groups. So I'd like to encourage you to come and do advertise that day amongst your different churches and networks. Could we move on to the next slide, please? So what I'd like us to do just now is stop listening to me rambling on and talk a little bit amongst the tables where you're sitting. Discuss some of the questions that you've got, maybe particular challenges that you've found already in your churches. If there's anything that you want to make sure gets fed back to me, please do write it down and pass me scrappy bits of paper or email stuff into me. But after maybe 5 minutes or so, we might be able to have a few people come and ask in particular questions or just share challenges that they've got. The other thing just to highlight here is that the Diocesan Online Support Forum is there on the website, and that's there for people to continue that conversation in the months ahead. Keep using that. Put questions up, share ideas, use that as a way of communicating with each other, because we can really help one another on this journey. So we'll have about 5 minutes just chatting and sharing some of the challenges and questions that you might have, and then we'll have a little bit of time to feedback. Sorry to interrupt your conversations. It's lovely to hear everyone chatting. But I just wanted to, having thought about some of our questions and some of our challenges, that we might have time at the end for some feedback, or again, as I said, please do send that in to me and we can talk about it in the next diocesan group meeting. But I want to just move on now to think a little bit more about some success stories. We've got a little short video clip that we're going to watch in a minute that shows some of the work that Gate Church in Dundee have done. I had a fantastic conversation just the other day with James Anthony, who you'll see speaking on the video. He's just recently started working with Eco Congregation Scotland, and he's basically their carbon neutral person from what I can gather. And he has done incredible work at Gate Church. It's not a purpose-built community building. It was an old crumbling listed building like many of us are dealing with different bits added on during different times. And what they've done there, it hasn't just been focusing on their building, but it's been really thinking about the whole community. They've been helping people get out of fuel poverty and thinking about community projects where they can really bring everything together. So we'll watch this in a minute, and then James is really keen for people to get in touch with him. You know, he's a real expert. He loves to meet with people one-to-one. He can come and visit your church. So again, we'll be sharing people like that and their contact details with you, but don't feel like you're alone. There's loads of people out there with loads of expertise who've done things already and have got success stories to tell. So we'll just fire up this video. Thanks, Jamie.
We have an ambition to be Scotland's greenest church. We received our first climate challenge fund grant back in 2013, and since 2013 we have really renovated this community-owned building to be what I believe to be a showcase for what's possible. So far we've reduced our gas, electricity and water usage by around 80%, which is really quite significant. And we also run activities in the local community to help people lead low carbon lifestyles. We've helped people take steps out of fuel poverty. We've helped people travel in a more environmentally friendly way. We've run food growing and cooking classes, helping people learn those life skills to help Scotland achieve its climate ambitions.
So I'd love us now just to have another 5 minutes as we finish, just to share in your tables success stories. So it might be that there's something really small or something really big that you've already done in your church or the church that you represent. It might be that you've not even begun to think about it, but there's maybe a project within the local community that you could share. Let's end with stories of hope and encouragement. And then if we've got a couple of minutes at the end and there's anything people want to ask or feedback, we can do that. If not, please do send these stories in to me, because again, we want to share our success stories as well as our questions, and encourage one another and help one another to learn from what we've already done. So share your stories.
conversation. As Bethany was saying, there's an opportunity to feedback through the Diocesan Support Forum, and Bethany will be here at lunchtime and will be glad to have a continuing conversation with us all. There's also an opportunity, Sophia tells me, for questions or comments or ideas or inspirations to be put on post-it notes, and this wall here in this aisle can be used for that. This is the start of a conversation, and it would be good to keep it going. But much as Rosie has asked for liturgy committee business, do be in touch, and that's the same for Bethany. Do be in touch, and the method for that is through the Diocesan Support Forum or indeed email. And as I say, Bethany will be around over lunchtime. Do speak to her if you are able to, or do if you have a bright idea or want something really captured, either on a notepad and hand it to Bethany or to Sophia, or stick something on the wall. I'm not quite sure where the post-it notes are, Sophia. Oh, are they on the table? That's excellent. See, I don't have any. No. Thank you very much. I'll get Godfrey to write up a few ideas. Thank you. Can I ask you to thank Bethany Nelson for her work with the Carbon Neutral Group, and indeed for all of those who are serving on that group. We now come to the work of the Mission and Ministry Committee, and I invite Sophia Marriage, Canon Sophia Marriage, to speak to us as convener of that committee.
Dean, Diocesan Secretary and members of Synod, Sophia Marriage, Rector of St Mark's Church in Portobello and convener of the Diocesan Mission and Ministry Committee. In your papers you have the report from the Diocesan Mission and Ministry Committee. I'm not going to go over that. I'm assuming that's all been read, inwardly digested and so forth. As for everyone, the committee's business this year has obviously been dominated by COVID, especially trying to consider how to renew and rebuild after the pandemic. But as Godfrey alluded to earlier, the major piece of work has been the re-establishment of a mission and ministry team, with the appointment of a part-time ministry development officer, Jane McLaren, and a part-time administrator, Joanna Morris. The report in your papers contains the highlights of Jane's work from last year, scoping that where we were going to go with ministerial support needs in the diocese. And in that, she details the research she undertook there and the pilot projects that she established in that one-year post. I'd like to thank at this point all those who have served on the committee this year, and you have a note of who they are in your papers. But I'd like to pay a special tribute to Helen Godfrey, who served on the committee for a large number of years. I couldn't work out how many, but it's longer than I care to remember, and she stepped down last April. Helen contributed enormous amounts of wisdom of congregational life and opportunities for lay learning within the diocese over that long period of change. So thank you very much to Helen and for all she contributed to the life of the committee. So today, as we gather, it's a chance to reflect and plan for the coming year. Could we have the first slide, please? Thanks. Now that we have a full complement of staff, our next focus will be to assess DMMC's priorities and working methods. The committee exists to set priorities and vision, to inspire and encourage, to resource and share. We can only do that with you, to keep that conversation going. With us all contributing, the Mission and Ministry Committee aims to foster working groups, to share resources, ideas, to encourage collaborative working, and to build each other up for mission, what we are called to do. And we've seen that, how that can work in the Carbon Neutral Group as we all walk forwards together. This year, we've seen some of this smaller, time-limited group working within the DMMC. For example, as we went into COVID, we decided as a province to start the season of pilgrimage from our living rooms in the end. Obviously, the pandemic offered a different perspective and dimension, but the Reverend Willie Shaw galvanized a small group to gather the resources of the diocese and to share ideas. There are a number of pilgrimages happening in different charges. Prayer and book groups have been involved. We've got a free diocesan Lent course on pilgrimage, and we held a conference a couple of weeks ago in Haddington to explore it together and to be together. Nick Bowery is leading a group to Santiago in May, and as Bethany has pointed out, on the 28th of May, as a diocese, we're all invited to pilgrim to our mother church, to our cathedral, as we start the walk to carbon neutral. In the past, we have set aside 10 days of prayer as a diocese to be part of the global initiative, Your Kingdom Come. This year will be no exception. The Reverend Nikki McNally is looking for volunteers to join her to make a small group to plan a diocesan prayer initiative, which will also incorporate pilgrimage. The plan is to invite people to visit different churches within the diocese, walking, cycling, by public transport, or if absolutely necessary, by car, and spending time in each church in prayer. She needs people to work with, churches who are willing to be open for a day during that 10-day period, and people who would be willing to write reflections for each place. We've had to slightly shift it because of everything else that's going on in the diocese, but we're going to start on Pentecost Sunday, an appropriate Sunday to be in our own churches to pray and then to go out the next day. So it'll run between the 5th and the 15th of June. Please do have a word with Nikki if you'd like to help on that group or offer your charges or your thoughts as a host. There are lots of different things that come under the area of mission and ministry. We all know that. Thankfully, we are a large diocese. We have so many dedicated lay people and clergy with expertise and mission for supporting each other in ministry and supporting each other in God's mission. Some of the areas include how we enable each other to serve our local communities, how we stay informed and engaged in social justice, how we care for our communities. Our mission in ministry includes our stewardship values, how we use our time, talents, and financial resources. It includes congregational development and discernment, and how we encourage and deepen our prayer lives and our spirituality. It includes links with ecumenical bodies, with our brothers and sisters in other faiths, and our links with the Worldwide Anglican Church and our linked dioceses, enabling us to mutually learn from each other and encourage each other in God's kingdom. The DMMC tries to have ideas in all of these areas, and obviously we are only a small committee. It also helps to bring the diocese together for large events, such as the big day we had a few years ago and the big sing, and now the plans for the big walk. Could we have the next slide, please? 5 years or so ago, the diocese united around a vision for the current time. Loosely based on the 5 Anglican marks of mission, you will all know these by now and be able to reel them off in your sleep, I'm sure. Serving our communities, engaging all generations, enabling ministry, developing disciples, and sharing faith. In the last few years, knowing that time and resources are limited, the DMMC decided to concentrate initially on enabling ministry and developing disciples as we strengthen each other, both lay and ordained, and equip each other for mission. Pandemic hasn't helped, but we know amazing things have happened in every single charge in this diocese in the last 2 years, as people have supported those in need through food banks, sharing library books and jigsaws, caring for the isolated and vulnerable, through social events as things have opened up, coffee mornings, lunches, afternoon chats, trying to get our way round hand sanitizers and face masks and working out what's safe and what's not at any one time, through a range of really imaginative children's and young people's events, through outdoor activities and our use of natural spaces, through amazing innovative worship and online presence, and that's just what I could come up with in one quick evening. But it is good to be back together, to dream, to celebrate and to encourage, to talk, to establish connections together as a wider diocese as we look forward. Now, I'd hoped at this point to introduce Jane McLaren to you. As you can tell, she's not prancing around anywhere. She is also confined to barracks with COVID, so I am trying to tell you what Jane would have told you if she was now up here. If she was, she would tell you some of her plans for the new post that she's now in place. The starting premise for the Ministry Development Officer when it was envisaged after that year's scoping exercise is encapsulated by the phrase, "What have you got in your fridge?" Last year, Richard Tiplady ran 2 courses on pioneer ministry for this diocese, and other people as well, both lay and ordained, have done this course separately. Richard reminded us of 2 ways to make dinner. Either you find a recipe and then you go to the shop to buy everything you need, including the obscure spices and specialty oils. The other way is to look in the fridge and work out what you can do with half a pepper, a little bit of harissa paste, and half an onion. What you create in that second way has probably never been carried out before, and probably doesn't want to be. It's unique to yourself, and probably to the evening. Richard likened mission to this process. So often we believe that if we had more young people or better resources or a warmer building or whatever it is, we'd have the perfect church. We'd be able to do mission. We yearn for what we haven't got. And unfortunately, there aren't big ecclesiastical supermarkets for church resources. What happens if you look what you've got in your fridge? Perhaps a group of people who knit, a garden, a group of people in their late teens but no younger, perhaps a wonderful acoustic in your building, or perhaps a busy bus stop just outside your gate. What do you have in your fridge? And this is the starting point for mission. But it is also our starting point at a diocesan level. Looking round our diocese, there is so much we have, some of which is represented in this room. Crucially, we have many dedicated, hard-working and inspiring people, lay and ordained. So how do we nurture, encourage and resource these people so that they feel confident and supported in their mission? Jane's first role is to re-establish a coherent and encouraging ministerial review that Bishop John referred to earlier. This review will help us to reflect with each other and to be accountable to our vows and to our ongoing evolving vocation. Currently, a group of about 10 reviewers are being trained up for this task. And as part of that training, they're going to review each other. This dedicated group will each be reviewing 4 to 5 members each. A huge commitment on already busy timetables. And I would like to thank those who have prayerfully and thoughtfully agreed to be part of this team. Once they've been fully trained up and done the review themselves, it will be then rolled out to the rest of the diocese, so that all clergy have this opportunity to reflect on their ministry and their mission within the next 12 months. This review will then help us and enable us to reflect on areas for development and what help we might get and give each other. Some of this will be offered in groups or as a diocesan group. Others will be offered as individual opportunities. And so alongside this ministerial review, Jane organises training days and facilitates support groups around common issues. She's reintroduced lunchtime topics for those who are interested in particular tasks to share ideas and thoughts. She's organised a very successful vestry training day in January past. And in a couple of weeks' time, we'll work with the clergy of our diocese on how to work with volunteers. As we emerge from pandemic, we are all aware that there is no one thing that we should all be doing. There is no one size that fits all for how we do mission in our own contexts. The MDO role is to support our ordained, to discern, to explore, to encourage and support each other so that they can also encourage and support their own congregations in mission. I've mentioned Joanna Morris. We're delighted that she was appointed as administrative assistant back in December. She's hiding at the back there. And her expertise and commitment has enabled Jane's work to be properly supported in the last 2 or 3 months. I'd like to pay tribute to both Jane and Joanna for their work over the last 3 months and for the excitement and plans as we plan for the next way forward. We are aware many have really suffered in the pandemic. Priests and lay readers have had to learn new skills and have been ministering in ways that they never thought even possible. Many are exhausted. Creativity can seem thin on the ground. But priests and lay readers are not unique in this. We are slowly getting an indication of the strain of the pandemic on our young people, on those who live alone, on those who are still afraid. In fact, the strains on every walk of life. So as we emerge, I'd like to challenge you to discover what's now in your fridge, or to put it a different way, to reflect on one thing that has encouraged and blessed you in the life of your church in the last year. We'll come back to that in a wee minute. Now that's me stopping being Jane and back to me, I think. At a time when it's been difficult to meet across our generations, churches have continued to be a place where all generations come together. Sometimes it feels that there are certain age groups missing. But as Claire's work shows, we need to open our eyes to the mission and ministry that we can and are doing, and that celebrate. So I'd like to call on Claire to give me a break from talking and to tell us about her work in the last year.
Thank you, Sophia. Claire Benton-Evans, Diocesan Youth and Children Officer. Where have all our children and young people gone? As we come out of this pandemic period, many churches are asking this. And that fridge metaphor that Sophia mentioned reminds me of the mythical magic cupboard to which many people wish they had the key. You know the one that's bursting with children and young people who are eager to fill our pews, youth groups and children's corners. And it's easy for us to get stuck wishing for the key to that magic cupboard, which will make our ministry to children and young people come alive again. Of course, there is no such key and no such cupboard. What we need to do is work with what we've got, as Sophia was saying, regardless of numbers. And this work is the work of building relationship. This is the most important thing when it comes to developing disciples of all ages. Building relationship is about embodying the love and grace of God in our relationship with young people. And the good news is, it's something you can do with any number, however small. To give you one tiny example, if you have just one child who comes to your church occasionally, ask her at the post-service refreshments what her favourite biscuit is and buy some for the next time she comes. It may seem like a simple Kit Kat to you, but for that one child, it's a sign that you cared about her likes and dislikes, that you listened to her, that you were thoughtful enough to do something about it, and that you remembered her. This is a simple foundational way of showing a young person that the church can be a place where they are loved and valued, and you can do that with one person. All over the diocese over the last 2 years, I've encountered great work being done to build relationship with children and young people in the church and wider community. I could talk all morning and show you a million pictures of what's going on, but here are just a few examples. Popular church toddler groups have reopened to the great relief and delight of parents and children who were crying out for the safe space they offer. At these groups, children can play and make friends, and parents have a chance to chat and support one another. This is the church building relationship with the local community and responding to the needs of local families. At St Mungo's Belerno, children's workers loyally sent cards and packages to church families throughout the lockdowns with one simple aim: to let them know we've not forgotten you. This inspired me and others. I've been sending birthday cards to all our Glen delegates in the diocese for the same reason. And there's this lovely story from Holy Cross Davidson's Mains that I'd like to share with you. A local brownie pack came to explore Play Church, which is hosted there at the moment, and then they settled down for a chat. one girl wondered about the memorial plaques she could see and asked, "But why would you want to remember something that's sad?" Church leaders and the Brownie leader led the discussion and listened sensitively as children spontaneously shared some of the things that made them sad. This is the church building relationship with a local Brownie pack in which not one girl had heard of Lent, but all left knowing that church could be a safe space where it was okay to be sad or worried. And as Bishop John highlighted at the beginning, at this particular time, what a great thing to witness to those young people. Building relationship with teenagers in our churches has been a particular challenge since lockdown, as they are swamped by the demands of school assessments and many of them are struggling with their mental health. They are hungry to reconnect in person. As one teenager said to me, face-to-face is way better than FaceTime. Building relationship with them has never been more important. So we pray that in the summer the Provincial Youth Week will take place in person once again at Glen Elmond College. Our theme is God's Year Out of the Ordinary, and we will be celebrating all the seasons of the church year in the space of a week, including Christmas dinner in August. Eye-catching posters have been arriving in churches this week, so please display them in your buildings. And if you have even one teenager who is remotely connected to your church, please encourage them to book for this year's Provincial Youth Week and support their application. And as Sophia ended Jane's input, I too will leave you with a question. What one thing are you doing to build relationship with the young people in your church or community? Or if you don't know where to begin, what one simple thing could you do? Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. In the last few years, we've missed being together at Synod in person. It's meant that it's been very difficult to share stories so easily and to hear what's going on around the diocese. So that's why you're in groups. Now, I'm not quite sure why we only had A to D and then A to D and then A to D. So that's why it's slightly confusing, I think, when you came in to sit down. There must have been a reason. We're going to put those could I have the next slide, please? These are the questions that that Jane, she gave me the first one, Claire's given you the second one, and the last one is, what can you personally, as a local congregation, do to encourage each other and the churches around you in faith and ministry? So we'd like you to take about 20-25 minutes to discuss this. Around your table, you've got people with very different experiences, I hope. They're the best people to chat to and get ideas of what's going on. And about 12:05, we'll gather back again, and there may be some time to share some of those things, but you've got those post-it notes. Now, I think I told people, there are on each of your tables somebody who's going to just try and keep the conversation going. And I said, put the post-it notes on that wall. Obviously, that's not going to work. Put them on this wall. So why don't we have the carbon neutral side post-its to the left of that memorial, and mission and ministry ones to the right of the memorial. Okay, so if you get ideas on your post-it notes, left is carbon neutral. Shut up. Can't we put them on the wall? Put them on the floor. Can we put them on the floor? Okay, on the floor to the left of the memorial, and on the right on the floor. Just don't step on everybody. Sorry, Dave. Are we allowed to put them on any other wall? Are we allowed on any other wall? No walls at all? Okay. Put them on the floor, okay? Put them on the floor over there. So when we finish, we'll put them on the floor and we'll sort them out from there. So you've got till 12:05 to have that discussion. If you're on a table where there's lots of you from one church, you may like to move. And there's only 2 people sitting on this table, so they may like some friends. Thank you all very much indeed. Now, there's been some even more organisation at this end from P's and G's. Thank you very much indeed. We have 4 boards now. One says carbon neutral on it. One says mission and ministry blessings, i.e. the first question. One says children and young people, second question. And the one at the end says sharing as a diocese or sharing with others. So you can actually put your post-its on the right one, which will help us enormously. So you can do that over lunch or carry on doing it now if you want to, that's fine. But we'll draw back together as a synod, and we have a quarter of an hour to, if there's anything specific that you'd like to share with the whole of synod from that discussion, but also questions and comments on the DMMC report that you have in your papers. Do go to a microphone, or I'll just get out of the way. I think that's what I meant to do.
Yes, do please go to the microphone either in the aisle, or you can come here, and I remind you to say who you are and who you represent. Thank you.
So Sarah Shaw, Christchurch, Falkirk. I mean, this isn't anything startling at all, but one of the things that I was thinking about was so many of these things overlap. So when we're thinking about, climate and children and young people, and we're also thinking, as I know many other people will be, about the accessibility of your buildings, they all sort of feed into each other, don't they? And so, thinking about things separately is one thing, but then of course thinking about the impact on these other areas and how you can actually get 2 for the price of 1 with things. So I was using the example of, litter picking, and how that can be a great opportunity to raise awareness about the climate issue, do something practical in the community, involve children and young people and families, and in COVID times it's perhaps a little bit safer for everybody too.
Thank you.
Anne Martin, St John's, Princes Street, and I'm a General Synod rep. I want to go back to the report. I appreciate how much recently has been achieved in a short time by the Mission and Ministry Committee, but I have one particular question. I'd really like to know what specifically has been considered and indeed understood by developing and supporting lay ministry. I understand that there have been the pilgrimages, the reference to that, there's been the reference to vestry training, but with the pressure on clergy and the stress, I really would like to see, because reading through the report, it seems to me that in the actual report, there's not a great deal on what you mean by achieving and establishing lay ministry. And I had noticed that there were 3 lay vacancies on the committee, and I hope that something's going to be done to fill those, because I think it's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne.
Peter Harris, St Leonard's and St Mary's. One of the questions that I'm continually facing is that question about what is church? And often on a Sunday morning, we're dying, we're going downhill. Yet the day before, we could have had a messy church with 30 odd there and full of life, and there's other things going, litter picks, and we even have a youth group that we never see on a Sunday. And it's about how we encourage our Sunday church people to see that church is more than just what we do for that hour on a Sunday, because the church is alive.
Thank you, Peter. Sophia, would you like to respond?
Thank you. Sorry, I missed your name. Anne. Anne, thank you so much for raising that question, because you've actually stopped my next paragraph. But I absolutely agree, there is a huge gap at the moment. For many years we had Adventures in Faith, which was an amazing program for the diocese. And we've obviously been able to had to concentrate on something in the last couple of years. One of the reasons we did that was that in each of our congregations, the leaders of the congregations, whoever they are, are often the people that inspire for their local context. And so we've been trying to make sure that they are supported, but there is absolutely a huge gap, and that's the next bit that needs to be put in place. And you know, you can't do everything at once, I think is the honest answer. In terms of, I will come to the lay members of committee because it is an absolute crucial matter. And as we had one member who served for donkey's years and had to stand down this time last year, and we miss her enormously, and it is what helps to function a committee. So absolutely agree completely and wholeheartedly with all of that, and it is in our minds. We're just kind of all volunteers and trying to struggle. So, but we'll come back to that in a minute. Peter, absolutely. How do we get the perennial question? How do we get people to recognise that there's all kinds of other ways of being church that are happening on a Saturday, Friday evenings, I don't know, midnight on a Tuesday, whenever it takes your fancy in your own church. Good luck. And Sarah, yeah, absolutely. You know, let's go for the easy options that can address all these things at the same time to get the cross-country. I think one of the things that has always struck me is in our society now, it's very difficult to find spaces where all generations meet together. We are unique in that in many ways, that actually we do, on the whole, have a 2-year-old and a 90-year-old sitting together in spaces. And we all know that moment that we've had one or two of these kind of mountaintop moments in churches where the 2-year-old is explaining to a 90-year-old how to fold origami paper or whatever it is, and the 90-year-old is telling the 2-year-old about something from their past, and you can see these kind of lights going on both sides. We have an amazing opportunity to have people working together across ages, across places in society, across education barriers, whatever it be. We have those people in our community, we hope. And so yeah, let's celebrate that and make the most of it. So mission and ministry is the task of the whole church. It is the task of all the baptized. And our two officers, the Ministry Development Officer and the Youth and Children's Officer, obviously resource only part of that we need. And the committee tries to cover a wide range of issues. And that is only possible with your help. As we emerge from the pandemic and with a professional team in place in the Diocesan office, how do we fill in the gaps? How do we make sure that the other stuff is carried and moved forward? How do we encourage others in your congregation who have a passion for mission and ministry to be involved? For instance, you do not need to be a member of Synod to serve on a committee. Take that back to your congregations. If somebody in your congregation really has a passion for ministry or for mission or for supporting or for carbon neutral or whatever it is, let's hear from them. As Anne pointed out, for a number of years we haven't had a full complement of lay members on our committee. This seriously decreases our effectiveness and our understanding of what goes on in the diocese and our ideas of priorities and visions. Would you like to serve on the committee? Do you know somebody in your congregation who would like to contribute to this work? It would involve 4 to 5 meetings a year and the ability to carry on a little bit of working between those meetings. And we will try to do our best to timetable our meetings to suit as many people as possible on the committee. It's not fixed in stone. We've been meeting at lunchtimes because for the last however many years, there haven't been any people in what I would call real jobs. But if we get some nice lay people onto the committee, we will make sure that we can meet. So whatever it is that would help to open this committee up, please make sure that we know. You've seen how wide our remit could be. We can't do everything. We would like to be guided by the passions and the interests of those who are prepared to serve Synod in this way. Earlier in the day, we heard the Bishop talking about Ukraine, and we've got in our minds the work that Marcus is doing with St. John's, and all of us are doing different things around the diocese. We're all scrabbling around to work out for our area what we can do. Well, you know, we've got 52 charges in this diocese. If we shared our ideas and actually worked together and had a small working group of people who were prepared to put in the time to go, these are some of the good organisations, do this, this and this, actually that saves us all an enormous amount of hassle, but also enables us to challenge our mission and our ministry. So the other way, if you don't want to serve on committees, and I understand that for some people serving on committees may not be the bundle of laughs that it is for others, but if you would be happy to serve on shorter term working groups, we've got lots of, come forward with some ideas. Perhaps organising some events, perhaps gathering people around a particular social justice issue or social justice in general, perhaps creating resources and study groups courses for people within the diocese so that we all hold together, like the Lent course on pilgrimage, perhaps gathering resources on prayer or stewardship. Too often we operate alone. I think it's great that we will be putting something together for the 10 days of prayer. That's a short-term working group between now and the end of June. These kind of groups can happen all the way through the year. How can we be involved together in our Christian life? How can we celebrate that? How can we go forward in mission and ministry together? So if we could have next slide. Thank you. So I'm going to draw to an end in a few minutes, but I'd like to remind you of two events to put in your diaries right now. The first is the big walk to carbon neutral, and information is starting to come out about that. There will be groups around the diocese walking or cycling to the cathedral. And if walking or cycling is not what you want to do, you can go there and there'll be a wee walk around the cathedral. There'll be places, so you can, in different ways, we will be exploring pilgrimage to our cathedral on the 28th of May. And then, as Bethany said earlier, we will be exploring together our walk to carbon neutral. It would be lovely for that to become a real celebration day for this diocese as we come, we hope, out of pandemic and gather together again in worship in our Mother Church. So put that in your diaries, put it in your church's diary. Do not hold a coffee morning that day, please. Let us be together. And the other thing is the 10 days of prayer around the diocese, the 5th to the 15th of June. If you don't know Nikki, plenty of people in the church, in the diocese today do. Just make sure you talk to Nikki. And the last slide. So just as I wind up, it's a little small, but here up, we'll leave it up for a couple of minutes. The emails for myself, for Jane, who is the MDO, and for Claire, the Youth and Children's Worker Officer. We are beginning to get our mission and ministry resources at least up to date. They're not looking pretty. I am not a web designer, but they are now no longer 4 years out of date. So up on that website, you can find a whole load of mission resources, and the idea is to gather these. So if you have other ideas that you would like to see up there, please let us know. Use that. A lot of stuff is up there, including a list of grants available, which is always useful. And obviously within that, there are also the resources that Claire referred to for the youth and children, including something to help our young people talk about Ukraine, which is going, obviously they are as aware as we are of at the moment. So those are important emails to have. Now reflect whether you would like to serve on the committee, whether you would like to reflect and how you could serve in different working groups. We'd love to hear from you. I know there's a huge amount of passion for lay ministry, for mission, for ministry in this diocese. Let's join together and let's offer each other the help and support we need to do that. Thank you.
Before you leave, Sophia, you need to move your motion.
Oh, sorry, of course I do. Sorry.
Which is that the Synod approves the reports of the Mission and Ministry Committee and its pendant committees, and Sophia is proposing that, and it will be seconded, or is being seconded, by Liz Orion. So you would want to move your motion?
I move the motion to
Thank
accept
you very
the
much.
report.
And I invite Synod with a show of papers. All those in favour, thank you. Any against? And any abstentions? Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sophia, and indeed to your team involved in all of the committees, many of whom are volunteers, and indeed now to the staff that are being gathered in the Diocesan office to help us see through the next steps, really, on our way to the big walk and beyond. So thank you to that committee and to Sophia's work in shepherding it. And I now invite Canon Dave Richards to come forward and to speak to us about a new initiative. Thank you, Dave.
I wanted to share, you may well have heard this already, seeing as the founder was on BBC Breakfast yesterday and has been fairly ubiquitous in his presence on the media over the last week. A number of people, obviously, we're all concerned, appalled by what we're seeing in Ukraine, and are wondering how we can respond in different ways. And there are lots of initiatives, one of which we've already heard about this morning with the Bishop's Lent appeal. But over the last week, Krish Kandaya, who set up a charity called Home for Good about 8 years ago now, became increasingly concerned at the lack of impetus or will from the UK government to be able to make it easier for people from Ukraine to come as refugees to the UK. And he's been working behind the scenes and has the ear of people in certain corridors of power, and has managed to set up a charity within a week called the sanctuaryfoundation.org.uk. And it's using what's called a community sponsorship model, where, and this has worked in Canada for about 30 years, where beginning with the Vietnamese boat people, nearly 500,000 people have now been integrated into Canadian society really successfully by local community groups, faith communities, including churches, willing to sponsor a family or a couple or a person, and to indicate their willingness to help them find accommodation, maybe to furnish that accommodation, to help them be integrated into the local community, to be helped with the language, maybe go to a local school, etc. And basically to walk alongside folk who are new to a particular country for the first 2 years. And at the moment, it's going up all the time, but as of 6 o'clock last night, 4,403 individuals, 442 churches, but that's been added with another 50 overnight, so it's nearly 500 churches, 85 community groups, 122 neighbourhoods, 96 businesses, 15 schools, and 3 universities have indicated their willingness to act as sponsors. And this is basically saying to the UK government, the will is there. We want to do something. Perhaps you've seen overnight, there's now an ability for people to be able to host Ukrainians in our own homes. That's become partly through the work of Krish behind the scenes. He was in a meeting with Michael Gove yesterday afternoon, and he's turning the dial. And this is at the moment, all we're doing is indicating a willingness of support. You're not committing yourself to anything. You're not saying that you're going to be financially supporting a family for the next 2 years. All you're doing is saying, we want to make a difference, and we want to be people who are generous and open-hearted and welcoming. And Chichester Diocese and the Church of England have 20 churches already signed up. Wouldn't it be amazing if in the Diocese of Edinburgh, 40 churches by the end of lunchtime went on the sanctuaryfoundation.org.uk and just indicated our willingness. I did this on Wednesday when I was on holiday. Didn't ask the vestry, didn't ask the staff. I just committed P's and G's to it, because all we're doing is saying we're willing to do it because we want to do something. So I would just point you in the direction of the sanctuaryfoundation.org.uk. There's some amazing work happening already in Edinburgh, the welcoming. Edinburgh City Mission are doing fantastic work coordinating churches' responses to refugees. But here's another initiative that could help. And hopefully, we all hope they'll be able to go back home to Ukraine very soon. sanctuaryfoundation.org.uk. And as I say, hopefully they can go back home very soon. But probably that's not going to happen for a while. So we need to open our homes and our hearts. And I know Scottish people are very good at doing that.
Thank you, Dave. And so let's all be still just for a moment as we sit here in God's presence. God, the source of all love, the oneness of all things, and the silence at the heart of all that is. And as we sit, we pray into that silence for peace in Ukraine. God of peace and justice, we pray for the people of Ukraine today. We pray for peace and the laying down of weapons. We pray for all those who fear for tomorrow, that your spirit of comfort would draw near to them. We pray for those with power over war or peace, for wisdom, discernment, and compassion to guide their decisions. Above all, we pray for your precious children, at risk and in fear, that you would hold and protect them. And all this we pray in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Thank you. That concludes our morning of business into the early afternoon. And we take now a break from Synod, and we will gather here at 1:30. Do feel free to stay or to leave, get a breath of air as you choose, and we'll see you again at 1:30. Thank you. Yes, do find your places again. Good to see that so many have come back. Fantastic. We'll just settle ourselves for a moment as we move on to the afternoon business. But first, I draw your attention to the fact you'll see on the screen behind me, or any screen near you, that Jamie up the stairs has very kindly put on the web address of Sanctuary Foundation, www.sanctuaryfoundation.org.uk, for those who didn't pick that up earlier on. Commended to you. I now pass the chair for this part of Synod business to Godfrey.
Thank you, Dean. Now, before we move on to finance, can I just ask Sophia to come and make a brief announcement about false news?
It's come to my attention that I was rubbish, and I know. I obviously didn't speak quite as clearly as I should have done this morning. We are not cancelling God's kingdom. We are not cancelling Thy Kingdom Come. We are not doing any of that. You are welcome to do Thy Kingdom Come in your churches if you do. Please do. You know, prayer is always needed. What we are doing is also setting up 10 days of prayer as a diocese. Okay, so go and do 2 10-day blocks of prayer, because we definitely need it and the world needs it. Thy kingdom come all the time. So we're not cancelling anything.
Okay. Thank you, Sophia. So no change there. Let's now invite Ian to bring us up to date on diocesan finances.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Bishop Alternate, or Dean, and everybody. Yes, I see I have my first slide there. I'm going to try and use this thing and avoid too much of the Professor Whitty. Next slide, please. The agenda says I'm going to talk about 2021 accounts and other financial issues. Most of this is about the 2021 accounts because accountants find it much easier to look backwards, but we'll get on to other financial issues at the end. So starting with the accounts, they are in fact fully drafted, so we're quite ahead of ourselves this year, but they are yet to be audited. The audit usually takes place this month, and it will be happening at the end. The detailed financials were in the report that I issued, and also I think in the agenda papers. I've had no questions on that, but I'm conscious that we don't have too many treasurers here, and the audience is largely clergy and non-treasurer lay people. So what I'll do now is just scamper through the key features of 2021. And here we have them. An operating surplus of £93,000 over all funds, a further growth in investment values of 528,000. I say further because, of course, they went up significantly in the previous year, 2020. And that's given us net assets of 7.3 million. Now, an analysis of those assets first. So you can see we have property and equipment, just over 900,000. In fact, very little of that is equipment. It's the bulk of the number, probably about the 930, is made up of just constitutes the Bishop's Palace or house in Collington Road. The investments are all UTP, spread across a number of funds and held for different purposes, and that's where you see that increase of 528,000. Cash, you'll see, has gone up quite a bit too. Excuse me. It seemed appropriate not to invest at a time when it could be that there would be calls on cash. We've been quite wary during the pandemic in case there was a need for cash. It's actually turned out that there wasn't so much of a one as there might have been, but that's why we have a fair amount of cash, and I think with the way investment values have gone recently, it's not a bad thing. And finally, other net assets, which are the debtors and creditors, they're down from last year. Largely that's because we had some rectory loans to charges where we'd taken on the job of doing the rectory up. A couple of them have repaid. And in fact, the biggest of our assets at the end of the year is the amount of the distribution we were expecting for the period up to the end of December, gets paid in February, and that's around about 60,000. So it's bigger than the net position in total. So let's see how those assets are spread across funds, if I can press the right button. There we are. So our 7.3 million is split between restricted, designated and general funds. Restricted funds are funds that have been given to us for a particular purpose which we're not allowed to spend on any other purpose, or they've been raised for a particular purpose. And they include any funds that have come to us from the province, which have to be spent on mission, have to be spent in sort of special ways. They also include quite an odd variety of historic funds, which we're having a look at because we don't want them to sit around forever growing and growing and growing. One example I would quote for you, which is perhaps the most extreme one, is the Pitcairn Library Fund, which I see John Conway has suddenly pricked up his ears because he knows this is something to do with the cathedral. But whether the cathedral needs many more books, I don't know. But that fund is there and is growing. We need to find uses for some of these. So that's restricted funds. Designated funds are funds that have been earmarked for a particular purpose by the Standing Committee. And by far the majority of that are funds which have been designated for the generation of revenue so that quota can be kept down. And so most of our designated funds are of that sort. In fact, before we get on to the general fund, let's just have a look at what's in designated funds. They're split between capital funds and revenue funds, and I think that description is in the accounts. So the capital funds are two sorts. One is the value of the bishop's house, or the cost of it when it was acquired. So this is the sort of one side of the balance sheet that balances the fact that the bishop's house is on the other, on the asset side. And then you see the investments that are held for the generation of revenue. Then the revenue funds include the funds like St Hilda, where the money that was raised from the sale of the church St Hilda's many years ago has been put to one side for use for mission purposes, and the original 600,000 has grown quite considerably, as you'll see, through partly through the fact that the revenue from that fund has not been fully spent over the years. It's been available for congregational grants, which have not historically been taken up very much, and it's currently being used for support to the branches, sorry, the groupings and the borders at around the A7 and in Berwickshire, and it's available for building up ministry and mission. St Andrews is a similar situation, a church that was sold, and the funds there were used for supporting building projects. We heard, I think earlier, that there had been only one grant called for that in the year. St Paul's the same as a church, the church in Livingston, that was sold. And there are some other funds that we've set up, for example, putting money aside to fund the trip to the Lambeth Conference, which is periodic, and it's not right to say 1 year quota's got to go up by a big chunk because we've got the Lambeth Conference. So some of these are being built up for special purposes. That's the designated funds. That's just a reminder of the position. Now the general fund you see has gone up by, what's that, 77,000. That's not all surplus for the year. All these funds have benefited from the growth in investment values, though there's not much in the way of investment in the general fund, as you might expect, because it's there for the day-to-day operations. So 7,000 of that is from UTP growth, and 70,000 is the surplus. Can I just remind you that we do have a policy to try and keep the right sort of amount in general fund, because it is there to meet day-to-day operations, and we don't want to run out. And there was a time in the past where it looked as if we were going to. This is the reserves policy: to maintain a minimum of 3 months average annual expenditure in freely available reserves. And you'll see that the position wasn't great in the 3 years first listed there. 10 weeks, it should be 13, 10 weeks in 2017, 9 weeks in 2018, 9 weeks in 2019. And when we came around to 2020, and we were preparing budgets for that, there was quite a push to spend on mission and ministries and additional staff and so on. And when we worked out what that would do, it looked as if the general fund was going to sink to 4 weeks and the following year to 1, and that's what it looked like as a graph. The target is the yellowish line. Oh, Ukrainian colours. No, well, that's what I'm wearing. So the target's the top line, and the blue line was where things seemed to be going. We proposed some changes, a one-off increase in quota, which at two different levels would have turned the bottom graph like that. But actually, the spending plans were scaled back slightly, which meant that the target came down, and also the general fund wouldn't have lost so much money, and the actual revised projection was something like that to the end of 2020. What actually happened? Well, a pandemic happened in 2020, and we found that we didn't spend anything like as much, and that was the actual result. It took us, for the first time in a long time, above that minimum level we've been looking for. That was 2020. When we look at 2021, it is getting quite significantly above the minimum level. That's not to say it can't be there, but we took the opportunity to budget 2022, the current year, to allow for a deficit budget. We only put up quota by 2%. If you remember, we had this big reduction of our provincial quota in recognition of the situation that the pandemic was putting all dioceses into. And we passed that on in a reduction of 10% in quota, and that quota budget for 2022 is up by only 2% this year, although the provincial quota will be going up by 11%. So at the end of 2022, we'll have kind of normalized it, I would hope, if everything goes according to budget. So back to the key features, and let's look at the operating surplus next. We've looked at the net assets. We'll come back to the investment values later. The operating surplus. This was a chart that was in your papers, the report I sent out, and it shows that surplus of 93,000 on the right, split between the general fund, the designated funds, which I've shown as St Hilda and others, because St Hilda is the biggest part of that, and the restricted funds there, which I've split again between the funds that come from the province, it's probably just about legible, and the others. Perhaps, what have we got coming up next? Yes, let's look at the general fund first. £70,000 of a surplus when we were actually budgeting zero. Where's that come from? So a number of reasons. The most significant ones are up at the top level there. Higher rate of UTP distributions. When I prepared the budget, I based it on the level of distribution we'd had in the first half of 2020. But in fact, I think the investment committee has realized that distribution levels there have been getting behind. So rather than getting a return of 52%, we ended up with something like 65% in 2021. And that's given us 12,000 extra of UTP income. We had these delayed staff appointments, which have been talked about already. The appointment of an assistant in Mission and Ministries was delayed until just a couple of months ago, rather than taking place during 2021. A lot of the budgeting for 2021 was done on the expectation, or, you know, in case we come out of this pandemic, let's plan to sort of hit the ground running. So delayed staff appointments. People also left during the year. Our communications officer, our assistant in the administration side, and the appointments were delayed in all these cases, so that brought about savings. Planned events, of course, that had been due to take place have been deferred. A lot of things have been deferred rather than saved completely, which is another reason to pass the surplus on to next year, rather than seeking to raise funds again for something that's effectively already been paid for. Savings in travel costs, and this of course may be something we'll want to continue when we're looking at climate change targets, trying to do more that using technology and less actually driving around the place. And then some additional cost savings there on heating and cleaning in the office. We didn't need, fortunately, to spend money on legal fees, which were budgeted. International spending, of course, down too. And in the budget, we built in a £10,000 contingency. Rather than having lots of contingencies in lots of different lines, we built a general contingency, and it was partly used, but £4,000 wasn't needed. It was used partly for some repairs which turned out to be necessary. I think they'd been budgeted in the previous year, but were delayed in the Bishop's House, but also in running the conference on for a third day, which meant that although the cost for attendees went up, so did the unfunded gap, which is what the diocese pays for. So that also was a sort of £3,000 or £4,000 additional cost in the diocese. So that's why we made a surplus. I don't think I really want to talk about the next two slides, which are in the papers you got, but they were a way of trying to compare the prior year costs. This is income. The prior year income at various sort of types of income with the budget, with the actual result. They're there in your papers if you want to have a look at them. That's the expenditure side. That's the income side. You can see that the dominant feature of income is our quota income there, and the expenditure side is that. And again, although it's not quite so large in comparison with the rest, what we pay to the province is a particularly chunky sum. It's about half what we get in from congregations in quota. So that was the general fund. The designated funds, well, St Hilda's, we budgeted to make a deficit. As I said before, we've got quite a lot of accumulated reserves in the St Hilda's Fund, and we had been planning to work down that surplus by our support for the borders groupings. In fact, what's happened there, and also with the St Andrew's Fund, is there haven't been the same claims. We always allow 15,000 of grant money available within the St Hilda's Fund each year for grants to congregations wanting to do projects in mission work. And there was very small call for that. There was a small amount of call for that, but nothing like 15,000 was spent there. And of course, St Hilda's also benefited from the increased UTP income. And the other funds, St Andrew's Fund, again, I think there was just one claim on that. Restricted funds, the provincial column there, these are provincial grants. They come in, they tend to be fully expended in the year. The exception, the little £3,000 that's carried over, is that we have a grant each year for the purpose of giving to needy congregations, Dunderdale grants. And we have reserved that for COVID funding for the last 2 years to boost the amount that we've raised from congregations last year in their contributions to our COVID fund. And so £3,000 wasn't fully spent of that, and will carry forward. And then there are these other funds which have picked up money from, yes, actually that £37,000 includes the COVID contributions from congregations, and many thanks to anybody here who's representing a congregation that decided to give the same level of quota as in 2020, rather than accepting the 10% reduction, because that has helped, as Godfrey said, with £16,000 of grants paid out already. And I think the unspent part there will be the accumulated UTP revenues in some of these stranger funds, like John's Pitcairn Library Fund. There's probably an extra £300 there for you, John. So let's finally look at those total numbers, the 717 and 777 and 684. I'm trying to read it rather small up there. And here are a couple of pictures for you. On the left-hand side, you see our income split by type, and the biggest blue section there is quota. The next section, moving round clockwise, the orange one is grants. Then we move to a small wedge of donation income, income from activities, that would include the conference income, services, which is the charges that the diocese make for the payroll operation and for any printing and so on, And then finally, the investment income, which you can see is providing quite a lot of income to help keep down our future calls for quota. And there on the expenditure side, again, we have provincial quota, the first slice in blue, moving around to the cost of maintaining a bishop and dean to operate around the diocese, which I like to place second because I think that's one of the core functions of the diocese. Then into the mission and ministry support, including grants, and then the support costs in the office. Not forgetting that those support costs, actually, we're not very subtle about allocating them to things, but that includes an office for the bishop to sit in and so on. So there are things that could be allocated to the other parts of the cake, if you like. And then finally, the governance costs of the very top level things to do with running the diocese as an entity. I think it's potentially interesting to say, well, what would it look like if we said some of the stuff that comes straight through the diocese and out the other side, it doesn't really impact on us. A lot of the quota that comes in from congregations pretty much goes straight on to the province, or half of it goes straight on to the province, half of it stays here. So what if I took out everything from provincial quota except that which arises as a result of the diocese's own income? And what if I took out the grants that the province pays, for example, curate grants, which come to the diocese but then go straight out to the congregations that have curates? And it's a slightly different picture there that we have. So particularly on the expenditure side, you'll see that big blue slice has disappeared to practically nothing. And then we get the cost of the bishop and dean, the mission and ministries, and the support costs and the governance there. And on the income side, you'll see that the quota is now just covering half of our income. It's half of our income by the time you take out some of the grants and things that just flow straight through. I'm not sure if that tells us a great deal, but it's part of the complexity of the diocese and, as a separate entity. So that's back to the key features. I've talked about the net assets and the operating surplus. What about this growth in investment values? I called it there a further growth in investment values, and I thought actually it should really be called a temporary growth in investment values, because that has now entirely gone since the end of the year, and we're back at a position, or at least we were at the end of February, at a position that was very similar to the beginning of 2021. I have been charting the progress of the UTP and comparing it, not because it's a benchmark, but just comparing it with a couple of FTSE indexes to see how it's performed in comparison with general markets. And that's the picture starting in, what's that? That's 2019. So we take, so it's 3 years, I can just about count, 3 years there. And you can see how they were all running along pretty well together until the start of the pandemic, when the FTSE fell right down and the UTP had a dip, but then carried on, and it's been sort of up there ever since. But you'll see what's happened over the last 2 months, and we're only showing January and February there because prices come out only at the end of the month. I put in the position on the further fall in the markets up to whatever it was that I put these slides together, perhaps a week ago. So, that's our outlook, and we've spoken already about thoughts that we might have in relation to the UTP and how it's used, whether it's right to reserve it continually for creating income, or whether there are other uses that would create something else for us. But I think it obviously has to work and do something valuable. One thought that was expressed to me was that if we've had more growth than we might have expected, perhaps we could top slice it. I think we've always got to look and see what the impacts are on income going forward, but that's a possibility. And it also depends on, of course, getting your timing right, which, of course, you can always tell in retrospect, but not exactly at the moment. My view is that if you have a need for cash within the short to medium term that you can foresee and you know it's going to happen, then you shouldn't sit with anything exposed to market risk, because otherwise your calculations on whether you can afford it or not will suddenly have the rug pulled from under them if things go down. So it's better to know for certain what your position is if you've got planned expenditure. So that's why, you know, as a diocese, we need to think of something that we can actually grasp, I think, before we do too much in the way of just saying, let's realize. So that's really looking back at the accounts. Current financial position, it's rather difficult to talk about the outlook, really. The first 2 months have been pretty much normal. One of the things I might have said about last year was that there has been no default in the payment of 2021 quota. We have still an amount of 2020 quota which we agreed to translate into a loan which is due for repayment next year, but there was absolutely no default on 2021 quota, and that's continued to be the case, so thank you very much for that. And I hope that you know, if any charge is beginning to find finances looking problematic, that they will get in touch and let the diocese know, because you know, the whole thing is a matter of support one way or another. But I think looking forward, we've clearly got the position on utility bills to be concerned about. They are already going up. I know that my church is fixed until March 2023, but after that there'll be a shock. Domestically, we've had a shock already. This will be having an impact, if not to the church, then to its donors. And so there's going to be you know, a fairly big ripple effect here, and we won't want to use that as an excuse not to be generous to others who need, you know, the various Ukrainians that we've heard about, and the charities we've heard about already. We won't want it to be an excuse to turn our backs on them. Inflation is projected to be sort of 8% coming ahead, and nobody really knows, but that's the number I've heard bandied about, and that'll affect all our prices, including, I would hope, stipends, because they're now rather more closely linked to inflation levels, although of course they run a year behind on that sense. And the uncertainty is affecting the UTP too. And we have, in the slightly longer term, the need for what will almost certainly be some fairly big spending in relation to the climate change targets. So it does seem to be remarkably gloomy. I'm sorry this is not turning into the light-hearted afternoon session you might have hoped for. I was trying to think, what can I say on the plus side? Well, on the plus side, we do have a reasonable amount of funds in hand. And it's not infinite, but it's not even, you know, huge, but there's a reasonable amount of funds in hand there. And I was reminded of the fact that a number of years ago, when Bishop Edward Luscombe became the Primus, I think it was 1986, I wrote a parody of the Church's One Foundation, which was published in the Accountants magazine, because Bishop Luscombe was also a qualified accountant, a CA, as am I, and this parody went on for several verses about income dropping and expenditure rising, but I'll see if I can quote the last verse to you, which was trying to look on the bright side. It said something like this: "But there's one great intangible we have not recognized, whose goodwill's unimaginable and can't be amortized. So bury not your talents, greet with faith the world to tell, when God is on the balance sheet, who needs a P&L?" Rather more succinctly, it was put in a hymn we sang at the Good Shepherd last Sunday, "Lead us, Heavenly Father, lead us." And when we're looking at tempestuous seas, it's perhaps a good thing to remember, yet possessing every blessing. So if I can leave you on that positive note to try and cheer away some of the gloom, but don't forget that gloom is there and we'll need to do something about it.
Ian, thank you very much for that. Any comments or questions to Ian? Rosie.
Finances are really important, and I get quite excited about them as well. I have a quandary
and I'm hoping all of us can help me out here. Because we have the weirdness that we are each trust charity and have to abide by Oscar regulations, all 52 of us, but then on the standing committee we are then a charity again, who are trustees accountable to Oscar. And so you have that tension between charities who think we need to balance our own books, thank you very much, and a diocesan council standing committee that says we need to balance our own books and we also have this mission. I think what I get sometimes is the impression that we just need to get enough money in to cover our expenses every year, and we just look from year to year. And actually we don't have a vision for the next 5 years or the next 10 years. And so when it comes to, we've got a bit of surplus in quota, and we ask you what shall we do with it, you all quite rightly as trustees of a charity say, well, have it back, thank you very much, because we need to look after our own charity. But what does that mean for the diocese as a whole? How do we, we have a reserves policy for the diocese, but do we have a vision for what we want to do that balances that out? How do we get to a diocesan mindset with respect to finance instead of an individual charge mindset? And how do we imagine a mission when financially we're in a narrative of I'm a trustee of my charity and I have to make sure that this all goes well? And you alluded to that just now when you said, let's get something concrete before we realise our investments. But then if the vision never comes, how do we ever do that? We just stagnate and we just go from year to year and cover our backs every year. And then when there's something extra, everybody says, yeah, I'll have that back, please. I'll not pay more quota. It's all about stewardship, isn't it? And so my quandary is, at what place does DMMC and finance come together and see it from a diocesan point of view, when at the same time we are really aware that we are in a charge which is also a separate charity? Hope this makes sense.
Yep, thank you, Rosie. Ian, do you want to respond to that, or would you like me to?
Well, Rosie, of course, is a member of standing committee, and standing committee is the committee that overarches both finance and management and mission and ministries. Interestingly, stewardship, which you mentioned, is part of the remit of mission and ministries rather than the remit of finance and management. But I'm sure you're right, Rosie, that yes, let's know where we're going if we can in these uncertain times. But and with that longer term vision, and of course you also know, having contributed to this, that we are revisiting, doing a proper revisit to our risk review at the moment, and one of the areas of that is this whole business of governance, risk and strategies and so on. So yes, that's ongoing.
No, I'm not sure I have much to add to that, Rosie, beyond the discussion we had at the last standing committee, but we are certainly aware that, well, first of all, that these large amounts of capital that Ian has talked about, first of all, they're not actually now what they were on the 31st of December, but second, that we do need to keep money in hand, and Ian has referred to the very uncertain financial picture that is now emerging. But having said that, I'm pretty confident that the review we're now undertaking of investments can result in some reasonably significant amount of money becoming available for long-term development of the diocese. I just figure on that yet. But of course, the other half of that is then it's not just working out what money can be available, but what actually strategically we can do with it. And there's room for, I mean, there are ideas, as you know, but there's room for a lot more imaginative thinking on that. But I'm slightly abusing my position in the chair. I don't know if that helps.
As a practical start, can we not do something about stewardship that brings people from finance and people from DMMC together to talk about it, and then that comes back to standing committee? That would be a start. Yeah. Because it's just not getting talked about at all at the moment.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a point well taken. Yeah. Sorry, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that wonderfully succinct summary of the accounts. It's interesting to know that a treasurer can get through these things in a timely fashion. I just had a question, as you've mentioned yourself, obviously, looking ahead, we are going to have to think about what our expenditure is regarding climate change and net zero and that. I understand that the provider of the UTPs, Baillie Gifford, are now kind of offering, kind of more eco-friendly trust pools. Has the diocese moved its investments into those yet, or is it looking to do so in the future?
The answer is we've always invested in UTP and sort of we have reviewed that. We don't just sort of say, oh, we'll do it anyway. There was a time, was it 2 years ago, I seem to remember we got a bit sort of nervous about the UTP and thought, is this the right thing for us? And we looked at it, and actually, fortunately, we decided that they were actually doing pretty well. We hear from congregations that have decided to invest other places and the things that they've invested in. But the investment committee, of course, have very close contacts with Baillie Gifford and will know what possibilities there are, but I'm not quite sure how quickly they can make changes. So, yeah, we should be interested to consider all sorts of options. But certainly, I think the UTP, as managed by Baillie Gifford, with the targets they've set, and particularly their look at growth funds, has been very helpful.
At Christchurch, we have moved some of our own investments over to the new kind of more green-focused investments, and those have also done extremely well. I think in large part because of the growth of Tesla, which is obviously its own story. But yeah, I was just curious if the diocese was looking at that area of ethical and especially environmentally friendly investment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Peter.
Peter Harris, St Leonard's and St Mary's. Partly what has been asked, so I don't have to repeat that bit. Back in my jovial lightheartedness, I have to declare an interest. I'm a member of 2 charities, and then I have to come to this charity. It gets, yeah, where's our heart? Is our heart how we use what comes in for the benefit of the kingdom? And I want to thank Ian. I know he will be thanked, but I love the way that you made complex numbers understandable. Thank you for that, and for the pictorials. I love graphs, so that made sense to me. But yes, it's difficult if every time we have to stand up here we have to declare an interest, which technically we should do if we are following the governance laws of Oscar, because our interest is to look after the charities to which we are responsible. So, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah.
Ellen Vincent from St Mark's. I want to agree with a lot of what Rosie said about working together as a diocese. The view from, I guess, being as a lay rep, you're a bit less involved in the diocese, and it's really easy for you to think it's just us, it's just our congregation. And I wonder if there is something we can do as a synod to talk about, to say, we want this diocese to think holistically as a diocese about what it can do. Is it a conversation we can have in the same way as we've had other conversations as a diocese? Is it a, can we move a motion to, can we all take that message out to our charges that we need to think holistically and work together about what we do with these things. I have a specific point about ends. I love this presentation. I think you're taking our diocesan finances in a good direction. The list of things that you have mentioned, I think, really needs to be added to something that I heard at our last area council meeting the standing committee is talking about, and that is house building across the Lothians and the large number of new housing developments which are being built by developers. They're not being built as communities, they're being built as housing developments. That is a mission field for us, and we do need to think about how to include it among our priorities.
Yeah. Well, I mean, areas of, if I may say, areas of new housing development around the diocese and potential growth points for the church are certainly one of the things that are very much in our minds, looking to future investment. Please. Yeah. I'll finish, Jay. Yes, go ahead.
Michael Brew, I am the lay rep at St. Salvador's. Just looking at the details you've supplied and designated funds, it's just a trivial point, but nevertheless we want to make it. It says income 42,000 and the expenditure is 35, and there is a surplus of 6. It should rather have been 7. So just drawing attention to that, there is that 1,000 missing there. It might be that it's just an approximation, but I thought I might just draw attention because we are dealing with finance, and it might well be that you present the set of accounts to the auditors and then they'll draw your attention to that £1,000 missing there.
In a set of accounts is the number one, because if you're working with spreadsheets, you know, you can get £1 or 1,000 out depending on how you're working it. Chasing around a spreadsheet after a missing one is a nightmare.
Val Hale, the lay rep at St Anne's Dunbar. Given that you're considering where to use some of the capital from the UTP, etc., I wondered at what point you might expect to allocate money to support the work towards net zero, because in my experience, until finance is allocated, then
oh yeah.
Net zero.
Yeah. That will certainly be part of the mix, sure. Yeah.
Get work done by the end of 2030, because for capital work to be done, or for physical work to be done, that's getting pretty urgent.
I mean, I think, yeah, we did have a bit of conversation on Thursday evening about that, and I mean, part of the issue here is technological development on things like heating of churches. So I had certainly had it in mind, I'm no expert at all this, that a lot of expenditure might be weighted towards the end of the period rather than immediate, but that remains to be seen. Thanks. Diana, yeah.
Diana Hall, Rector of St Anne's Dunbar. Two things, again, two brief things. The first thing is in relation to the allocation of funds relating to net zero. Really a similar point to Val's, that there is no doubt that local charges are going to be unable to meet in large part the very significant costs associated with making the requisite changes both to church buildings and to rectories. It's already the case. I've had a conversation with one person already here today, and I've seen lots of other conversation on social media about issues around, for example, clergy heating poverty. Fuel poverty is a real and existing issue now for clergy in rectories with the changes in domestic heating. There are questions, I think, about what we might do with releasing funding in order to help churches to make changes. That changes won't happen until a decent time after funding becomes available because of the complexities involved in making the plans and implementing them. And I think that brings us back round to Rosie's point about how do we look at making strategic and visionary planning that doesn't just go year to year. I don't sit on any of the diocesan committees around that, so I just want to affirm those points. But as a follow-up to that, I also want to say thank you. St Anne's Dunbar has been in receipt of stipend support for the last 5 years. It began 5 years ago with quarter-time stipend support that's decreased 5% per year and is due to come to an end in summer this year. That stipend support has enabled St Anne's Dunbar from going to supporting roundabout half-time ministry to very close to breaking even on full-time ministry, and so thank you to everybody who's made that possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana, and congratulations to you and the vestry and their predecessors for all the work that has actually gone into achieving that turnaround in the last 5 years. Is there anybody else lurking behind the pillar? No. Okay. Ian, thank you very much for that. It's, as ever, been a very, very clear exposition, and I think we have become, in the last 2 or 3 years since you've taken over, much more open on the detail of our finances so that people can chase us and nag us with more effect than they possibly could in the past. But I've already said thank you to members of the Finance and Management Committee for all their efforts, but a very special vote of thanks, I think, is due to you, Ian, for the terrific work you do for us. Thank you. Now, can I ask the Dean to give her exciting report on all her year's activities?
Thank you very much, Godfrey. Members of Synod, once again I offer my report to give you some sense on the cause of my time and energy during the past year. Next slide, please. Last April, a number of congregations throughout the province kept the fourth Sunday of Easter as Vocation Sunday and welcomed students from the Scottish Episcopal Institute. St Ninian's Edinburgh welcomed Ross Jesmond, at that time a second-year mixed mode student placed at St Salvator's Edinburgh with Andrew Bain. Ross is now in his final year at SEI and looking forward to his ordination to the diaconate this September, and he will continue at St Salvator's Edinburgh, then as curate with Stephen Holmes at Holy Cross as his training incumbent. Next slide, thank you. In early May 2021, Ian Lothian was welcomed to St James the Less, Edinburgh, and as you can see, we were still coping with significant physical distancing regulations. But with the benefit of technology as we are here today, as in so many of our charges throughout the diocese, many were able to worship with us online, and so not only participate in Ian's institution service, but also share in the conversations afterwards. For much of my time, this was my view of General Synod 2021, as I was one of the very few members of Synod invited to gather here in person at St Paul's and St George's, because, of course, of the COVID restrictions in place at that time. And as we've heard, and I think worth repeating, one of the main items of business was the backing of that 10-point guidance plan on the first step, just the first step, towards the SEC achieving net carbon zero emissions by 2030. For our Church in Society's Committee Technical Group on Climate Change presented Synod with a programme along with useful resources aimed to equip the whole Church for the urgent response that is needed towards achieving that very target, net carbon zero emissions. And as many of you already know, along with Simon Metzner of St Baldred's North Berwick and St Adrian's Gullen, I was one of 4 delegates from the SEC involved in the Anglican Communion's Reconciling Mission Programme, an 18-month pilot programme that is now continuing within the life of the Anglican Communion, but at this point, not with the SEC participating. Many of the clergy involved, but sadly not Simon, were finally able to meet in person at Laund Abbey near Leicester in July 2021. This programme offers a model for mission and for ministry that can be mapped on to the Anglican Communion's 5 marks of mission. And amongst other things, the programme touches on capacity inventories, structured conversations in charges in dioceses and in provinces to uncover our existing capacities, to identify them, the assets of our congregations, and also of the local communities in which we are set and sent to serve. It also explores eco-congregation initiatives from your own church garden right through to wasteland projects that you might involve yourself with in the local community. And importantly, to appreciative inquiry, to discern strategically a congregation's future. Last August, I, along with others from the Diocesan Buildings Committee, visited St Mary's Cathedral to meet with Marion Chatterley and discuss that congregation's plans to create a better visitor experience. On what was for us, I have to say, a relatively routine, as it were, business visit, on a very dull day in a dimly lit and rather chilly cathedral, we happened upon a moment of beauty, light, and warmth at the high altar, where we met the artist Sylvie Wetherall, who introduced us to her art installation, The Last Supper, which sat atop the high altar, busts of Jesus and the 12 disciples made from bits of broken leftover china and arranged much like Da Vinci's mural painting of the Last Supper. There on the table on which the bread and wine are consecrated, the place where we pray for the gathering in of the fragments, for the unity of all people, for the healing of all nations, the healing of divisions, and ultimately for the renewal of all creation. Fragments of broken pieces, of broken lives, gathered and unified. On a Saturday in mid-September 2021, I was on my way to spend the night in Coldstream, where I would preside and preach the following morning at St Mary and All Souls, offering cover for Chris Jones, who was taking a well-earned holiday. And unbeknownst to me, it was the Saturday of the penultimate stage of the Tour of Britain professional cycle race from Hawick that day to Edinburgh. And like many motorists that afternoon, I was politely invited by Police Scotland to park up so the competitors could whiz by on their way to the A68. Another month and the joy of another institution, this time Aaron Moffat-Jackman's at St Peter's, Musselburgh. It was good to welcome Aaron and his family back to Scotland, not for a holiday this time, but for a new chapter of family life. There have been 5 institutions or collations during the past year. Ian Lothian at St James the Less, Edinburgh, John Penman at St Vincent's, Edinburgh, Ollie Clegg at St Mungo's, Balerno, John Vincent at St Martin's, Edinburgh, and Aaron at St Peter's. There are currently 4 charges in vacancy in our diocese: the Priory Church of St Mary of Mount Carmel at South Queensferry, St John's, Jedburgh, St Fillan's, Edinburgh, and Christchurch, Edinburgh. It seems to me the Scottish Episcopal Church and congregations in our diocese had a good cop in terms of their hospitality, their activism, and their leadership on some key issues. In November, we heard heart-wrenching stories of the loss and damage caused by climate change to the communities and families of inspirational people from all over the world. And I know, despite the mixed emotions felt at the outcome of the summit, we are, I believe, a people intent on keeping hope alive. In December 2021, alongside Sophia Marriage and Godfrey Robson, I was interviewing for the post of Ministry Development Officer, and as we know, Jane McLaren was successful in her application for that post. Everyone involved came well prepared, which meant that there were plenty of open-ended questions with good listening skills in evidence to allow us to make an appointment. On the feast of the conversion of St Paul, there was much joy at Old St Paul's, Edinburgh, where Jamie Wright was ordained priest. It was also, of course, Burns Night, and so the theatre of tartan, bagpipes, poetry, and haggis complemented well the generous after-service libations. Jamie will continue her curacy at Old St. Paul's. Others ordained this past year were Russell Duncan, priest at the Church of the Good Shepherd, Edinburgh, Claire Nicholson, deacon at Holy Trinity, Melrose, Leslie Penny, deacon at St. Cuthbert's, Colinton, David Todd, priest at St. Mark's, Edinburgh, and Joe Twigg, deacon here at St. Paul's and St. George's. Holy Trinity Haddington offered great indoor and outdoor spaces to explore the ideas, the history, and the spirituality of pilgrimage. Donald Smith of the Scottish Storytelling Centre eloquently expressed and illustrated the strong tradition of female saints in southeast Scotland: Ebba, Hilda, Margaret, to name just 3. And he allowed us to experience the physical acts of journeying and of gathering, and the relationship between our inner and our outer landscapes. During the afternoon session, Peter Dole, the Canon Librarian and Vice Dean of Norwich, drew comparisons for us between the rule of St. Benedict and pilgrimage, most especially the Benedictine vow of obedience, listening to the voice of others, listening to the voice of creation, listening to the voice of the body, and listening to the voice of God. So what's next for me? Well, that will be diary planning soon with Sam Campbell for visitations. These are, for me, the very best bits, the bits that I most enjoy about my role as Dean. And they have been very necessarily sidelined for the past year or so, and I do intend to rectify that situation as best I can in the coming year before I start the cycle of these 4 yearly visitations once again. But that said, I did manage 7 visitations in 2021. To Dalmahoy, St. Mary, Edinburgh, Old St. Paul, Edinburgh, St. David, Edinburgh, the Cathedral Church of St. Mary, Edinburgh, St. Margaret with the mustard seed, Edinburgh, St. Michael and All Saints, and South Queensferry, the Priory Church of St. Mary of Mount Carmel. Members of Synod, this is my report.
Thank you, Dean, and thank you for all you do in a ridiculously overworked post. And having said that, can I hand the chair back to you to confirm the Acts of Synod?
Thank you very much. Firstly, can I offer some thank yous? Thank you for coming back after lunch, and thank you to all who have made today possible. All those who have prepared and distributed Synod worship materials prepared for our worship this morning, the same with our business papers, video clips, and PowerPoint presentations. All of you who have given time and attention to our presentations and our business today. Most especially to, obviously, to the team here at St. Paul's and St. George's, and for the hospitality, Dave, that you and your team offer us year after year. We are immensely grateful to be privileged, really, to be in this area and to be served so very well. I have to say, when I was at General Synod, I only had to think about a cup of coffee and one would remarkably appear on my desk. So thank you for all that goes on here to allow us to be here, and also to enable the live stream today for those members of Synod who've not been able to join us here in person. Can I invite you all again, please, to stand before I confirm the Acts of Synod, and to invite Susan Ward, there we are, to come forward when the time comes to dismiss us. I invite you to pray, and first of all, in that prayer, to hold before God Ruth Innes and Marion Chatterley, who has left Synod to be with Ruth. Almighty God, from whom all thoughts of peace and truth proceed, kindle, we pray, in the hearts of all the true love of peace, and guide with your pure and peaceable wisdom those who take counsel for the nations of the earth, that in tranquility your kingdom may go forward, till the earth is filled with the knowledge of your love, through Jesus Christ, your Son, our Lord, who is alive and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever. Amen. And I am sincerely glad to confirm the acts of Synod. May the Spirit of God be in you, wisdom and understanding keep you, the power of God encircle you, God's truth lead you into freedom, and the blessing of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be among you and be with all those you love and pray for, today and evermore. Amen.
Go in peace to love and serve the Lord. In the name of Christ. Amen.